Good morning, folks. I'm later than usual, but that is because I popped in and was a guest on someone else's live this morning. So I'm a little bit later than usual, but we are here and it's going to be okay. So appreciate you guys for joining. Happy hump day. What's up, Jay Owen? How are you? Hey, Tink Tink. How you doing? What's up, MG Brock? I know I'm later than usual, but I popped into somebody else's live as a guest for a minute to talk about Project for the People and to talk about immigration for a bit. Good morning, Nancy. Good morning, Aline and Tam Tam. So, lots going on. What's up, Coco? Good morning. Yeah, nope. Thank you. Yep. Hey again, Cam. All right. So folks, if you're joining me anywhere other than TikTok, please say hi in the chat so that I can greet you back. If you are greeting me from Substack, I am not able to see your comments, but I am grateful that you are here. Okay. Good morning, G. No meetings today. Love that for you, Cam. What's up, David? I moved my appointment that's supposed to be later on this afternoon. Yeah, it's just like not working right now at the moment. So what's up, Conchita? Conchita, I saw your message. And let me, I don't know, whatever. What's up, Blue Nevada? Good morning, Carol. Good morning, Mel Gray. Good morning, Tech Lady. Who else did I miss? It was like a bunch of them came through at one time. What's up, Redwood Dragon? I don't know who else. Veronica, good morning. Neuro, I think I said hi to Neuro Mama. I don't know. Good morning, Funny Face. Good morning, Witch. Good morning, Beloves. Good morning, Candy Kiss. Dana Do, good to see you. Learning Life. Appreciate that. Good morning, Grammy. What's up, Marky? Good morning, Trade. Good to see you all. What's up? Appreciate everybody for popping on in here. Good morning, folks. We have a lot to cover today, and I'm going to do my best to stay on task and not get distracted because, I've had several things pulled up here for literally a week. Dominic, Titan, what's in your room? Literally scratching at the door. Good morning, Miss Rose. How are you? Good morning, Winn-Dixie. So I've had some of these things pulled up here for a week and haven't gotten to them to talk about them, and they're just really important things that I believe wholeheartedly that we should have a conversation about. Appreciate you, Newer Mama. Ezra, I have some stuff coming. Okay. So listen, so let me just tell you what I'm not going to talk about today. Okay. I am not going to talk about the President of the United States' financial disclosures. And I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to talk about them. Because I don't believe that the people that should care about them are going to care about them. I don't think that, I think people that support Donald Trump support him regardless of what he does, right? So it doesn't matter what has happened. The only time that I think that people should be talking about those things is as it relates to the members of Congress who are not holding him accountable. So I'm just not going to spend my days talking about him or his financial disclosures. What I do want to talk about is the weaponization of Christianity. What I do want to talk about is immigration and how the root of our issue with immigration is actually racism and has nothing to do with immigrants. I do want to talk about third-party voting. And then I do want to talk about the United States and Israel and the war crimes that we are complicit in as a country. And I believe that keeps showing up. Thanks, Jennifer. I think that Gaza and Palestine keep showing up. I think it's one of the reasons why we just saw another Democratic Socialist primary and defeat a long-term Congresswoman. And thank you, Grammy. I appreciate it. That just happened yesterday. And so I do want to talk about it. So the other thing that I do have pulled up is, I think I still have it pulled up. I do have the Atlantic article pulled up about Kamala Harris and Gaza, written by Ta-Nehisi Coates. And I've had this pulled up literally for over a week, maybe even a week and a half, 2 weeks, and haven't talked about it. So we are going to talk about it today. Good morning, Alice. Good morning, Big Steve. Good morning, Kelly, and hey, Jamie, good to see you guys. So hopefully you guys are ready and buckled up because we're going to be here for a minute. And so, yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Mirabelle, good morning. Good to see you as well. All right. So for my mods, I'm going to try to help you out with a little sticker. Let me see if I can. Is that helpful? Hopefully. All right. Okay. So things that I want to go over really quickly. Good morning, Ella. So listen, we are going to be having our Project for the People meeting tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you have not signed up for Project for the People, you can do that by going to makingamericatruly.great.com. When you go there, you will need to wait so that it verifies that you're a human being, and then it will forward you to the page where you can put in your contact information, and then you will receive an email with a link to the Google Drive. Okay. Do not share that Google Drive, please. Share the makingamericatruly.com site so that I can keep track of the folks that have access to the information. Good morning, Sunflower Fish, because there's power in numbers. And if I can't track it, then I don't know where we sit with things. Okay. So just operate with integrity. That's what I'm asking you to do. Okay. Other than that, it'll be fine. If you, good morning, Lion Lady. If you desire to weigh in, whether it is on the weaponization of Christianity, whether it is on Israel and what's happening in Palestine and Gaza, racism, immigration, or voting third party, all you need to do is to request. If you are on this side of the world, whether that is YouTube, the Book of Faces, Substack, or Twitch, you just simply need to let me know. I will happily put the link for you guys to join over here as well. So that you're not just listening. So those are just really important things that I hope everybody is clear on. If you are new to my space, I'm going to share with you how things work over here. It's very simple. Number one, I just ask that you be, I did. Thank you, Carla. Number one, I ask that you be respectful. Don't use slurs of any kind. If you use slurs here, you will be muted and then booted from my space because I don't get down like that. Number three, don't spam my comments. Don't say the same thing over and over and over again. Number four, don't type in all caps. And this one is pretty simple. And the reason is because all caps are reserved for my moderators and for my folks that are vision impaired. If you are not either of those two things, you should not be typing in all caps. Okay. Other than that, we're going to dive in and talk about the things. Okay. So really quickly, I need to pull this out for me. I did not. There my daggone phone goes again. Can I address content creators telling people not to vote in the Texas race? I haven't heard content creators telling people that. And I'm telling people quite directly to vote in the midterms. So I haven't heard content creators telling people that. And I think it's wild if people would just blindly take advice from somebody, right? You know what I mean? Well, the doctor, let's talk about it, period. Why don't you get up on the chat here? I'm going to give you a box and this box is going to tell you how to request. So the doctor 8310, just go ahead, click right here where it says request, and you can come to the panel and we can talk about it. Good morning, M. Tom. Yeah, Cam, it did because the phone did something weird. Yep. No, Marky, he won't. But I'm going to give the doctor this opportunity before you get muted. Before I just get rid of the issue, I'm going to give you an opportunity to be heard and to have a respectful conversation about your opinion. So you can either take that opportunity or you'll end up getting muted. Y'all just do the wildest shit ever. It's crazy. So, if I thought that there was a channel, if I thought that there was a live or a creator, Salam Abu Binks, that wasn't based in reality or that gave out misinformation, do you know what I would do? I would just simply not go to that space. Do you want to know why? Because I wouldn't do that, right? You are correct. No free speech. You are correct. Muted. Just like that. That's how it works. You had the opportunity to have free speech on my panel. You chose not to. There you go. Choices have consequences, beloved. Okay. So, yeah, you opted out. So, yeah, listen, folks, you're not going to get me with the, oh, you don't believe in free speech. I sure don't. Not in here. Not in here. You are free to have your speech. There are just consequences for your speech, period. So, and I'm not here to deal with people that desire only to distract. Like, if you actually wanted to have like a viable conversation, I would be down to chat with you for however long, for as much as possible or whatever. But when you just come in here spouting off fuckery and foolishness, and then you don't want to actually like, come on, pull yourself up and be a grown adult and have a conversation, then I ain't dealing with you. Period. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna just kick this whole thing off by, hey, Dominic, it's here. Good morning, Dax. Hey, Jay Nice. So listen, I'm going to start by reading this article by Ta-Nehisi Coates. How many of you all are aware that Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote an article for The Atlantic? And that article for The Atlantic was about Gaza and the Democratic Party, and how the Democratic Party is not going to be able to step over or avoid the conversations around Gaza. They're just not. And I think that that's a great thing. I think it's an important thing. I also think that that it is one of several incredibly important issues, right? Go ahead and let Mila come and grab one, babe. All right, so here it is. I'm going to read the article to you. The article is in Vanity Fair, and the title is, Did Kamala Harris's silence on Gaza cost her the White House? I also, let me grab this other book, would like to, does anybody know where in the 107 days it talks about this specifically? Does anybody know which section of, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So let me see if I can find the pages here. Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't find it, but we're just going to rock with what we got. Okay, so here's the article. You guys ready? All right. The patron saint of the 2024 Democratic National Convention was Fannie Lou Hamer. I don't know what I just got on my hands. Recalcitrant sharecropper turned agitator, and like the Democratic presidential nominee, a Black woman. Hamer worked on the plantation of W.D. Marlowe near Ruleville, Mississippi, laboring in the fields, cleaning the Marlowe manse, and keeping the family's records. All this, estimates Hamer biographer Kate Clifford Lawson, earned her between $600 and $800 a year, less than half of what white farm families earned in 1948. You got it? Okay. They're over there, baby. Listen, look at me. Babe, I put the paper towels over there. See them? This was by design. The mandate of Mississippi's ruling class was assured through the reduction of the state's black residents to near slavery. Hold on. You don't see them? Baby, it's on the floor by the orange chair. Hammer took her revenge. She wore the Marlowes' fine clothes while they were away. She stole their perfume. She bathed in their tub. She used the family spoons and then watched them eat behind her. It was said that Hamer, quote unquote, didn't have real good sense, that she was, quote unquote, uppity and filled with gripes. But as Larson recounts, Hamer's own analysis hinted at something deeper. Quote, I was rebelling in the only way that I could rebel, end quote. In 1962, the rebellion was joined. That was the summer that a bevy of civil rights workers descended on Hamer's Sunflower County, seeking volunteers to help register blacks to vote. Hamer signed up, and through her courage, charisma, and oratory, quickly drew ardent disciples and ruthless adversaries. In 1963, Hamer was arrested, jailed, and at the behest of her white captors, beaten with a blackjack by two African American inmates. She emerged from captivity grievously injured, but recalcitrant as ever. A year later, Hamer co-founded the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, aiming to displace the segregated delegation to that year's Democratic Convention. This was a problem. Lyndon B. Johnson feared that Hamer's protest would cost him Mississippi, or perhaps the entire Deep South. When Hamer testified at the convention, it was televised nationally. A flustered Johnson quickly called an impromptu press conference to, quote unquote, knock that illiterate woman, as he would reportedly call Hamer, off the air. The evening news broadcast Hamer's testimony anyway. Quote, if the Freedom Democratic Party is not seated now, I question America, Hamer told the convention. Is this America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, where we have to sleep with our telephones off the hook because our lives be threatened daily? Hamer died in 1977, but she has become a hero, particularly to Black women who see her in an ancient tradition of politics that extends back to their arrival on these shores. That same political tradition, 60 years later, delivered Kamala Harris to the top of the ticket. Oh, Frank, I don't think you know how it works here, sweetheart. You can join the panel or you will shut the fuck up. So let me share with you how it works, Frank. You will join this panel and talk to me like the grown man that your picture says that you are, or you will shut the fuck up, because in this space, I hold that power. You will be muted. You will have to shut the fuck up, because you have no power in this space. It all belongs to me. You going to join the panel? I'm just saying. For those of you all over here, Frank came in really, really hot in my chat and came in talking about shut the fuck up. And I said, Frank, who by his picture appears to be a white older man with gray beards and whatever, that Frank could either come to my panel and talk to me like a grown person, or Frank will shut the fuck up. And it looks like Frank has chosen to shut the fuck up himself, because Frank is no longer chatting. Okay, he left. Love that. All right, so here we go. It's that same political tradition 60 years later delivered Kamala Harris to the top of the ticket. In 2020, when many saw in Joe Biden a floundering candidate, a loose coalition of Black women activists saw an opportunity. So, Mark, we're not talking about Kamala Harris as a candidate for 2028. Are you familiar with the article that I'm reading? And just so that we are clear, Kamala Harris had over 80 pages of policy. Not sure if you bothered to read any of them, but she had them. And you all don't engage with the with folks. I got it. That coalition included, among others, voting rights activist Melanie Campbell, 2024 Democratic National Convention Committee Chair Minyon Moore, and investor and strategist uh, Jataka Eddie, I guess is how you say her last name. They organized and applied pressure. They demanded a Black woman on the ticket. They got it. They demanded a Black woman on the Supreme Court. They got it. They demanded a Black woman at the Federal Reserve. They got that too. And they got even more. By the end of 2024, Biden had appointed a record number of Black women to the federal bench and cut Black employment and Black poverty levels to record lows. He passed a temporary expansion of the child tax credit, which in its single year of operation reduced Black child poverty rates by half. This was an inviolable string of political victories. And when Biden withdrew from the campaign and endorsed Harris, the most tantalizing victory of all was at hand. Now that same coalition of Black women who could credibly claim the first fulfillment of a Black agenda in recent memory pressed their advantage. During the pandemic, Edie created the Google group Win with Black Women, which began convening Sundays via Zoom. It became a central organizing node, and the night Harris received Biden's endorsement, Win with Black Women drew some 44,000 attendees. We didn't hang up until 1 a.m., recalls Edie. It was a reminder of what was possible. It was a reminder of our power, and it was a reminder of the connection to a struggle, a fight, and quite frankly, that baton that our ancestors had handed to us that we were collectively holding. No ancestor loomed larger over the convention's proceedings in Chicago than Hamer. Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison invoked her familiar phrase, quote, "We are sick and tired of being sick and tired." The 2024 Mississippi Democratic delegation expressed their pride in representing, quote, heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer. Maxine Waters praised Hamer and noted she was one of Harris's heroes. In this, fatefully, Harris and the Black women who propelled her to the top of the ticket were not alone. 10 months earlier, on October 7th, Hamas and other allied forces crossed out of Gaza and killed approximately 1,200 people, 800 of whom were civilians. In response, Israel launched a total war against the people of Gaza. In the first 30 days of this assault, Israel killed at least 4,100 children. I'm going to say that again. In the first 30 days of this assault, Israel killed at least 4,100 children, roughly 8 times as many children as Russia killed in 21 months during its war of conquest in Ukraine. It was as if each morning the IDF gathered up 5 classrooms of students and then erased them. Quote, "We are fighting human animals," end quote, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant asserted, and quote, "We are acting accordingly." The arsenal for this war against children, against quote unquote human animals, was the United States of America. According to a report by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, America supplied 69% of Israel's major conventional arms imports between 2019 and 2023, and approved some $20 billion in arms sales to Israel in the weeks leading up to the Democratic National Convention. And the man who held the keys to that arsenal just happened to be one of the most progressive presidents Black America had ever known. Now, another coalition, a group of young Democrats at the fringes of the party, looked for a way to bring Gaza to the center of the convention. They organized the Uncommitted National Movement, urging voters to check or write in uncommitted on the primary ballot and thus earn delegates of this self-same line who would who would then have a presence at the DNC. We tried our best to replicate Fannie Lou Hamer and the bus freedom movement when they went to the DNC, said uncommitted co-chair Layla Alabed. We literally looked at them and said, okay, how do we apply those lessons and practices to uncommitted? The uncommitted campaign settled on a single demand: a Palestinian American speaker to endorse the nominee at the convention. I want you all to hear this. I don't know if you all know this part or not. The uncommitted campaign had one single demand. They wanted a Palestinian American speaker to endorse the nominee at the convention. A symbolic re-embrace of Arab Americans would help uncommitted delegates assure their community members that Harris was indeed taking their complaints seriously. According to Alabed, the organizers spent that week batting potential names back and forth with the Harris campaign for vetting. The exchange seemed promising, but as name after name was refused, welcome facts people, appreciate you guys for joining. What's up, Dano? Harris fundraiser Hala Hijazi, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, Georgia Representative Ruwa Rahman, Elabed's optimism began to fade. And then on that Wednesday, uncommitted got a call. The call for a Palestinian American speaker was rejected. Now, how many of you all up until this point did not know about this? Hey, Georgia, glad to see you. What's up, Burke? Good to see you. Hey, happy girl. Thank you for subscribing. 5011. Good morning, Veronica. Yeah, this is a big deal. So I'm just going to paraphrase because I'm reading, but I'm just going to paraphrase. So the uncommitted campaign were younger Democrats, younger progressives. And what they wanted, all that they were asking from the Democratic National Committee, all that they were asking was to have a Palestinian American be able to speak at the DNC, at the convention, to endorse the nominee, to endorse Vice President Harris. And so the uncommitted campaign and the Harris campaign in that week leading up to the convention were discussing names. They were going back and forth. And every name that the uncommitted people put forth, the Harris campaign said no to, until eventually they were told there would be no Palestinian American speaker that would endorse her at the campaign, at the DNC, at the convention. Okay. I need water. It's tough to identify a singular flaw that cost Harris the election. She ultimately, a lot of people don't know this, listen, she ultimately won the Arab American vote. Did y'all know that? That she won the Arab American vote? For all of the people that are blaming Palestinians, did you all know that she actually won the Arab American vote? So, Jay, I would love to hear your take. You say it's easy. I would love for you to share with me how you think it's easy, especially how you think it's easy when I'm reading the words of Ta-Nehisi Coates and you disagree with Ta-Nehisi Coates. Would you come to the panel, Jay, to talk about it? Because I would love to hear your thoughts. Again, I'm asking you to come to the panel to talk about it. Yeah, Parnell, she did. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually include the link that Ta-Nehisi Coates included in this. Appreciate you, facts folks, for coming in. So this is actually a report from the Arab American Institute that came out, and it was an analysis of the precincts. And it came out in September of 2025, so more than a year after the election. And it actually outlined that Kamala Harris did, in fact, win the Arab American vote. And so what I'm going to do, hella Raja, is I'm going to put this document, this report in my link tree. That way you can reference it yourself and check it out. Okay. So let me get really quickly. This is what I want. Okay. Let me drop this in my link tree for you guys. And then we'll keep going. What is the difference between the Arab American vote and the Muslim American vote? I mean, I would say not necessarily too much, but give me a second and I'll look to see if there's something that breaks down the distinction. Hold on, y'all. Let me put this in here first, though, before y'all, you know, my brain will go off down that path and then forget the path that I'm on. Oh my gosh, please stop. It is not the incorrect password, Jesus. It's the password I use every damn day. I ain't fooling with you right now. I ain't got time. I'll add it later, y'all. Good morning, Lisa. All right, let me finish. All right, so let me go back. It's tough to identify a singular flaw that cost Harris the election. She ultimately won the Arab American vote, but there was a 12% swing away from her candidacy compared to Biden in 2020. Of those Democratic voters who broke away from Harris, nearly as many went to a third party as went to Trump. The effect of Gaza on these particular swing voters lingers painfully in the thoughts of Harris' most ardent supporters. Quote, I do believe that there were progressive critiques to be made of Harris, says Edie, but the sheer fervor of protest from putative allies stunned Edie. Quote, I believe that had dire consequences on the result of the election and ultimately where we are as a country right now. From this perspective, a sector of the Democratic electorate demanded moral perfection of Harris, and in the process, allowed a completely immoral Donald Trump to return to power. If I could take, like, this is like, for me, one of the most powerful sentences of this entire article. Listen to what Ta-Nehisi Coates just wrote. From this perspective, a sector of the Democratic electorate demanded moral perfection of Harris, and in the process, allowed a completely immoral Donald Trump to return to power. For African Americans, presidential elections have almost always been exercises in lesser evils and harm reduction. Looking at the damage done to America's public health system, a secret police force unleashed on its cities, the indiscriminate bombing of an elementary school, the killing of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and the lust for extrajudicial killing, the great disaster of a Trump presidency is all too clear. But 2 weeks before Harris accepted the nomination, Israeli media aired footage. And you all should know this because we talked about this in this space. Okay. So, hey, Jay, listen, if you're in a space where you can't join the panel, that's fine. But it's disingenuous to just spout off comments and then not be willing to discuss. Because really all that's happening right now is you just distract from what's being read. And then there's no robust dissection. No, I'm not calling for perfection. at all. I'm calling for accountability. So I am calling for accountability, right? If you're going to be in the space and you're going to type away in the chat, and you're going to say things that are distractive, and whatever, right? And not be able to have a robust conversation about them, right? That's an issue. Right. Distractive, inflammatory, all of those things. Appreciate you. And that's the issue. So no, I'm not looking for perfection. I'm looking for accountability. So yes, I'm holding you to be accountable for the things that you're saying. That's it. And if you can't discuss it right now, then just refrain from being a distraction right now, because you're not benefiting the room. No, I did not say that. I am reading an article written by Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? That's what I'm doing. And I'm sharing the article with folks. You don't have to agree with the article, but I'm reading the article. Now, trigger warning for this next part, okay? 2 weeks before Harris accepted the nomination, Israeli media aired footage of guards appearing to grape a Palestinian prisoner. We have seen that footage here in this space. By then, the Israeli government had wiped out roughly 2% of Gaza's population, some 40,000 human beings. A letter published in The Lancet by 3 public health researchers estimated that 186,000 Gazan deaths could be attributed to the conflict, including indirect deaths, which would be 8% of the Strip's population. To preserve democracy, Palestinian Americans were being asked to support a member of the administration that repeatedly armed the agents of this carnage. Yeah, this is literally in 2024, before Vice President Harris accepted the nominee. So I don't think, do you understand so let me just go ahead and bring you up here, because maybe you don't understand the purpose of reading the article. I didn't say that you were arguing. I'm asking, do you understand the purpose of reading the article? Because the article is brand new. So the reason why what happened in 2024 with this election, the reason why it is important, and the reason why it is relevant, right, is because we are getting ready for the midterms right now. When we look at this article and we look at the data and the sequence of events, then it gives us context for the moment that we are currently in. It gives us takeaways for things that may be beneficial and helpful in the place that we are now, and before we get back to 2028. So Arab American and Muslim American are not the same thing, because one is a reference to ethnicity, and the other is in reference to religion. So there are many Arab Americans who are not Muslim. So when we talk about yes, absolutely, Selah. So when we talk about Arab Americans, that includes whether they are Muslim or Christian or whatever, Sikh, Hindu, whatever they practice, it encompasses all of them. Right, Chaldean, not Muslim, right. So when the article says that she won the Arab American vote, right? That is something that is fact. And there's a report that kind of breaks that down. That's so weird. Um, um, Emaine Fidel, um, I would ask you, what is your point? Because the things that you're speaking about in the chat aren't relevant to the topic that's being had right now. And here's what I'll do. I'll do you one even better. So specifically, I'm replying to you. And here is the link for you to join the panel. If you want to have a discussion, then click that link and join this panel as a guest. So let's get to that truth. You join the panel, we'll have a discussion. How about that? That's the link for you to join right now. No? Okay. Here we go. A letter published in The Lancet by 3 public health researchers estimated that 186,000 Gazan deaths could be attributed to, yeah, it's Vanity Fair, Chris, but I think if you don't have a subscription, you won't have access to it. What I will do is I'll try to pull it down and put it into a PDF and then put it in my link tree. To preserve democracy, Palestinian Americans were being asked to support a member of the administration that repeatedly armed the agents of this carnage. And what I would say is, what I would say is that Congress armed them, but whatever. Quote, I think for a lot of African Americans, we weren't connecting with how visceral the anger was at Biden-Harris because of what they were allowing, says journalist Joy Reid. And because of her sort of political inability to speak directly to the G side, which I still don't understand, to be honest. I genuinely don't, because I know she's an empathetic person. I've covered this woman for a really long time, but people just didn't see it, and she couldn't voice it. I don't understand it to this day. I cannot explain it, end quote. For me, I disagree. I think she did speak directly to it on the debate stage, as a matter of fact. But anyway, perhaps the answer lay in what Harris did say. At the convention, the vice president pledged to, quote, ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. This language is fairly boilerplate for most people seeking the presidency. True, but it is also at odds with the very tradition that brought Harris to the brink. Hamer was a student of nonviolence, and not just for the protesters in Mississippi. As early as 1964, she opposed the Vietnam War, horrified at the prospect of American bombs being dropped on a much weaker people half a world away. Quote, I am sick of the racist war in Vietnam, Hamer said at an anti-war rally in the 1960s, when we don't have justice in the United States. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Perhaps it is naive to expect Harris, a candidate for the American presidency, to speak in the same register as Hamer, who was its antagonist. But it was that very antagonist whom Harris and her party claimed as a champion. The dynamic is familiar. Barack Obama's claim of Martin Luther King Jr. was similarly incongruent. That is because a Black presidency is a contradiction. It owes its power to a movement against racial state violence at home, but seeks an office which has always practiced racist state violence abroad. But what was known in 1964 was largely abandoned in 2024. And what was offered instead was a questionable survivalist theory of democracy, one that proposed to erect a shield over one group while providing weaponry to destroy another. For reasons moral, pragmatic, and perhaps mostly ancestral, the next Black presidency will have to think bigger. To its list of adversaries, which include a renewed white supremacy, a rapacious billionaire class, and energetic Christian nationalism, it must add another, perhaps more formidable than them all: empire. Yeah, they're there. The gift goals are there. Blessed and grateful. They're up there. The portrait of America as an imperial power cuts against itself self-image as a righteous cradle of democracy. But from its inception, the country has been aggressive and expansionist, seizing land from its indigenous population, paying off some European powers while menacing others. Quote, I am persuaded no constitution was ever before so well calculated as ours for extensive empire and self-government, end quote. Thomas Jefferson wrote to James Madison in 1809. Jefferson's quote-unquote empire of liberty, as he dubbed it, steadily expanded across the continent throughout the 19th century and the early 20th century. Then it turned to the oceans, annexing Hawaii, seizing the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Guam, and then drawing Cuba and the Dominican Republic into its sphere of influence. Even as the United States expanded its rule, there was always remained a dim sense that an empire of liberty was a contradiction. The inveterate white supremacist Woodrow Wilson mouthed anti-colonial rhetoric before reverting to form at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. Quote, Wilson spoke eloquently on behalf of smaller nations and their right to self-determination, yet he had Southeastern European nations in mind, writes Daniel Amoir in his book, How to Hide an Empire. After World War II, the colonialism considered passé. With colonialism considered passé, President Dwight Eisenhower embraced more clandestine means to preserve the United States' imperial reach. President Harry Truman, quote unquote, drew the line at plotting against foreign leaders, writes Stephen Kinzer in his book, The Brothers, John Foster Dulles, Allen Dulles, and Their Secret World War. Quote, that line evaporated once he left office. Eisenhower wished to wage a new kind of war. For those of you all who do not remember, right, Harry Truman said no to organizing a coup in Iran, right? Eisenhower said absolutely and sent his son to lead the charge from the ground in Operation Ajax. Anyway, Eisenhower's national security team subsequently plotted to overthrow no fewer than 3 different democracies on 3 different continents over the course of his 8 years. For oil, Iran's Mohammad Mossadegh was toppled in 1953. For fruit plantations, Guatemala's Jacobo Arbenz Guzman was deposed in 1954. And in 1960, fearing Congo and its vast resources moving out of the West sphere of influence, Eisenhower ordered Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba murdered. The Belgians beat him to it. Touring the world, a young John F. Kennedy was disturbed to find that America was, quote, definitely classed with the imperialist powers of Europe. Like Wilson, what are we reading? Ta-Nehisi Coates' article in The Atlantic. Like Wilson, he paid lip service to the anti-colonial spirit and at his inauguration pledged support for the Third World, quote, not because the communists may be doing it, not because we seek their votes, but because it is right, end quote. The Bay of Pigs was just 3 months later. Kennedy agonized over the failed operation to overthrow Cuba's Fidel Castro, but he quickly made peace with cloak and dagger imperialism. His CIA engaged the mafia to kill Castro in 1960, urged a military coup in Brazil in 1962, which would bear fruit 2 years later, helped apartheid-era South Africa locate and arrest Nelson Mandela. Do you all know all that? In 1962, and supported the Ba'ath Party in overthrowing the Iraqi government in 1963 and crushing its communist opposition. In Vietnam, the once anti-colonialist Kennedy first supported Eisenhower's hand-picked dictator, Nguyen Dinh Diem, I guess that's how you say his name, then facilitated a coup against him in which he was subsequently killed. When Kennedy was himself killed a few weeks after Diem, so Prolific were his shadow wars that some close to him believed, as Malcolm X said, that the chickens had indeed come home to roost. Quote, Bobby Kennedy himself suspected the killings might be the work of the CIA, the mob, or Castro, writes journalist Vincent Bevins in his book, The Jakarta Method. Quote, Vice President Lyndon Johnson's first suspicion was that it was retaliation for Deem's murder. Fears of imperial boomerang did little to restrain Johnson or any other American president. Indeed, what stands out about the horrifying death toll in Gaza is how easily it slots into a history of American global power. In the same year Johnson pushed through the Voting Rights Act, his CIA helped dispatch the Indonesian president Sukarno. Up to 1 million Indonesians were subsequently killed by that military regime, which the United States favored. 4 years later, in a bid to crush the Viet Cong, President Richard Nixon secretly carpet bombed Cambodia, which in turn led to the rise of the genocidal Khmer Rouge. Then in 1973, Nixon and Henry Kissinger, his Secretary of State, plotted the overthrow yet of another democracy in Chile, propping up the brutal dictator Augusto Pinochet. This history poses a discomfiting truth. Gaza is not a betrayal of American democratic tradition, but an expression of American imperial tradition. The tradition is literally generational. In 1893, John Watson Foster helped overthrow the Queen of Hawaii. 60 years later, Foster's grandsons, Alan and John Dulles, took up the trade. As heads of the CIA and the State Department, respectively, they engaged Kermit Roosevelt Jr. to overthrow Mossadegh. Roosevelt was himself a scion of imperial spirit. His grandfather was Theodore Roosevelt, who championed the annexation of the Philippines. The subsequent events are a dizzying whirlwind of horse trading and violence. In 1963, the CIA backs a coup d'etat by the Iraqi Ba'ath Party, which Saddam Hussein would eventually lead. In 1979, the American allied Shah of Iran is driven from power. In 1980, a frustrated United States backs Hussein in the Iran-Iraq War. In 2003, the United States topples Hussein and delivers him to his executioners. In 2026, the United States collaborates with Israel to kill Iran's Ayatollah Khamenei. The tally: 4 different regimes with 4 different ideologies of 2 opposing countries dispatched at the behest of one imperial power. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Sandra. For those of y'all who are just joining and catching up, we are reading Ta-Nehisi Coates and his article in The Atlantic. The focus of the on the regime changes inflicted on the Arab world and the Middle East at large obscures the routine violence inflicted on its people. For Americans, the Iraq War is remembered as a case of bad intelligence. And George Bush's image has largely been rehabilitated. True. The estimated 200,000 civilians that were directly killed on quote unquote bad intelligence, less so. In November of 2008, an errant airstrike conducted under the auspices of a lame duck Bush administration killed 37 civilians who were at a wedding party in Wakhbatu, Afghanistan. Quote, "We cannot win the fight against terrorism with airstrikes," end quote, pleaded Afghanistan's President Hamid Karzai. 5 years later, under President Obama, another airstrike hit another wedding party, this time in Yemen, killing 12 more people. Well, so Azev, feel free. Thank you for joining the panel. Okay. So good morning and how are you? Azev, you don't appear to have audio. Azev, there you go. You don't appear to have audio. There you go. Good morning. How are you? There you go. Good morning. How are you? You all wonder who this is? Azev, you're on Teacup. Could you come back? I don't I don't care. I'm literally reading an article. I don't care. Yeah. Again, I literally don't care. Um um Veronica, no idea. And now they're gone. So that account can be blocked. I'm fine with that. Oh, thanks, B Action. Appreciate it. So here we go. With a bipartisan acceptance of innocent death as the cost of doing business in the Muslim and Arab world, it is not a surprise that a kind of casual contempt for its leaders and peoples oozes from the orifices of both Republican and Democratic administrations. In his 2008 presidential campaign, conservatives pushed Obama to repeatedly deny he was a Muslim in roughly the same register as one would deny beating his wife. When the dictator Muhammad Gaddafi was dragged out of a drain pipe, I can't say this word right here, but they did something to him with a bayonet and then unalived. Obama's Secretary of State Hillary Clinton shared a laugh with a CBS reporter and said, quote, "We came, we saw, he died," end quote. In 2023, as the casualties reports out of Gaza mounted. So listen, what they did to him with the bayonet begins with an S and rhymes with caramelize. Okay. What they did to him with the bayonet starts with an S and rhymes with caramelize. And Hillary Clinton laughed about it with a CBS reporter and said, quote, "We came, we saw, he died." In 2023, as the casualty reports out of Gaza mounted, Biden's response was essentially to call bullshit. Quote, "I have no notion that the Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed," Biden said. Gaza's health ministry responded by releasing the names of every single one of the identified dead. When Biden dropped out and Harris became the nominee, there was reason for hope among the uncommitted delegates. Off the record, Harris conveyed her deep despair at the scale of atrocity in Gaza. Less than a week into her campaign, she emerged from a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pledging, quote unquote, not to be silent. Moreover, among the coalition of Black women who'd backed Harris, there were many who took a dim view of the Israeli state project. Edie, whose Win with Black Women call inspired a series, Win with Black Men, White Dudes for Harris, Swifties for Kamala, had visited the region in 2014. Quote, "What I walked away with was a parallel to the struggle for Black Americans. I saw that things were very similar," says Edie. During a visit to Bethlehem, Latasha Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter, recalls watching as an Israeli soldier pretended to pew-pew at a bunch of kids who were playing nearby. Quote, "Like they were ducks," she remembers. "Even to this day, I can't take it," end quote. Journalist Tiffany Cross, author of Love Me, A Letter to Black Women in a Toxic Country, Career and Relationship, visited the region under the auspices of AIPAC. It did not go as her sponsor planned. Quote, "Oh, I know exactly what this is," Cross recalls thinking. "The Palestinians here are treated like Black people," end quote. There was a consensus among many of the Black women supporting Harris that a Palestinian speaker should have been allowed at the convention. But there also was a deep sense that the 2024 election presented a binary, Trump or Harris. and many in the Arab American community had made the wrong choice. This perspective originates in the basic truth that Black people are a minority in a country that, at best, tolerates their existence. And that vulnerability has landed with particular weight on Black women. The very American imperialism that so endangered Muslim life had its roots in genocide and enslavement, the latter of which always took particular interest in Black women. At its root, it was a system of grape, industrial in both scale and effect. Enslavement or freedom was passed down to the child through the mother, meaning white men could augment a workforce trafficked from Africa by graping with impunity and enslaving their offspring. Quote, she alone could give birth to a slave, end quote. The historian Paula Giddings writes in her book, When and Where I Enter, The Impact of Black Women on Race and Sex in America. Quote, Blacks constituted a permanent labor force and metaphor that were perpetuated through the Black woman's womb, end quote. Typical of grape survivors, Black women were freighted with a particular kind of animus. Quote, mistresses and masters and overseers described slave women as lazier, filthier, more shiftless, slatternly, ignorant, and impudent than slave men, writes Thavolia Glimpf in her book Out of the House Bondage, The Transformation of the Plantation Household. The stereotypes mirrored a real-world disregard for the suffering of Black women. Antebellum physician J. Marion Sims, fuck him, is known as the father of modern gynecology. He did his quote-unquote fathering by operating on the unanesthetized bodies of enslaved Black women and girls. But if America made Black women a uniquely acted upon class, Black women too made themselves a unique class of political actors. Their particular oppression became a particular bond, evidenced in the pressure they were able to bring upon the Biden's presidency. And that particular oppression also made the promise of a Black woman president something more than another item on a checklist of first, or the humoring of a particular interest group. Quote, we would bring others along, which has always been the case. Even when our full freedoms were not actualized, we made it possible for others' freedoms to be realized. That's a quote from Massachusetts Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. In 2020, Cross was part of that early coalition that demanded Biden name a Black woman vice presidential nominee. In her mind, the demand was always about something larger. Quote, I think I would have hoped anyway that this Black woman is someone who is going to say uncomfortable things, says Cross. I have to trust that a Black woman could not see tens of thousands of children being murdered and not be struck by that, not be moved by that. Whether you're a mother or not, I trust because we experienced that. Folks, if you do not subscribe to The Atlantic, you won't be able to read the article. The article that I'm reading is in The Atlantic. I trust because we experienced that. We saw firsthand the violence of America, and we've always had to tap into our humanity in a certain way, just for our own very survival. Did I just say, what did I say? Vanity Fair. I meant Vanity Fair. I don't know what the hell I said. I meant Vanity Fair. I'm reading Vanity Fair. Ta-Nehisi Coates writes for The Atlantic a lot. Sorry, guys. This is Vanity Fair. Sorry. This is Vanity Fair. In 2024, this broad ethic of democracy came into conflict with a more prosaic politic. I know. Harris and her party settled into a somewhat conservative pitch as the party of America before Trump. Perhaps the radical thought of a Black woman as president made this approach seem prudent. But for many Arab and Muslim Americans, quote, America before Trump meant returning to a time when FBI informants sought to entrap them, when police agencies spied upon their mosques, and calling a presidential candidate a Muslim was a slur. Seemingly blind to this trauma, the Harris campaign followed up the Democratic National Convention snub by deploying Bill Clinton to Michigan. Yes, baby.
I already finished my donut.
Good job. You want some fruit? You want some yogurt?
No, I want the noodles.
Okay, in just a little bit. I got you. Okay.
Oh, that's what I did.
I know. I'm gonna do it in just a second, girl. All right. Yeah, this part I will not understand. Why the fuck we thought it was a good idea to send Bill Clinton to Michigan? I don't know. Yes, 100%. I just lost my place. Give me a second. There, in the state with the highest concentration of Arab Americans in the country, Clinton told an audience that Israel had been forced to, quote unquote, kill civilians by Hamas, and that the land between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea belonged to the Jewish people because, quote unquote, they were there first. Meanwhile, Harris welcomed her endorsement by Dick Cheney, who was not a very popular vice president, but was a zealous defender of torturing Muslims. Yeah, do me a favor, don't type in all caps, folks. And I'm going to reiterate this 1,000 times, folks. All of this is really important, and it's important to note. At the end of the day, Kamala Harris actually won the Arab vote. The Arab American vote, she actually won. There were folks that went to Trump and there were folks that went to third party, and she won the Arab American vote. Listen to the article, folks, okay? The cumulative message was not, quote, we don't need your vote. It was, quote unquote, we don't value your life. Elabed recalls a Harris supporter pleading for Elabed to help protect Harris now on the implicit promise that Harris would protect a Palestinian life later. This was not an abstract request. For the Palestinian American Elabed, it meant telling other Palestinian Americans that they must support a politician who'd pledged to continue to arm the state that was presently annihilating their families. Quote unquote, who's protecting them? Who's protecting their families? Elabed recalls wondering. When I was 23 years old, Clinton bombed the Al-Shifa pharmaceutical factory in Sudan. American intelligence indicated that Al-Shifa was controlled by Sudan's fundamentalist government and was providing Al-Qaeda with chemical weapons. That claim quickly collapsed, like how the 2003 claims of Saddam Hussein's WMDs collapsed, like how the 1964 claims of a North Vietnamese attack in the Gulf of Tonkin collapsed. I hadn't been a fan of Clinton. Still, given a choice between the party of Jesse Helms and the presidency of Bill Clinton, calculating the quote-unquote lesser evil seemed easy. It was a calculation made through the exclusion of the Sudanese people. In March, I flew to Dublin with my wife, intent on seeing the math with clearer, if older, eyes. I had coffee with 20-year-old Dima Shamale, an electrical engineering student at University College Dublin. Shamali is among a cohort of young Gazans admitted to universities in Ireland and granted visas. There is no guarantee that they will ever return to Gaza or anywhere in Palestine. They have no idea when or whether they will see their families again. Shamali has light brown skin, an irreverent sense of humor, and a loner's mane. Her mother was a social worker. Before he died from wounds sustained in an Israeli airstrike, her father worked as an emergency doctor for UNICEF. Shamali herself had survived such a bombing. In Dublin, she walked into the small cafe where we'd arranged to meet, hugged my wife, hugged me, and then she told me over the course of a conversation, quote, I was born in Gaza City. I have 2 older brothers and a younger sister and a younger brother as well. One is 23, one is 25, I'm 20. My sister is 15 and my younger brother is 11. The best memory I have is going to the sea to talk to all the sailors by the beach. Everyone there knew me. So we would eat some bread, have some tea, and talk. Sometimes they would take me on the boat and go around, but you can't go far because the Israelis will shoot you. There was like a gifted school in Gaza. It's called Arafat for gifted students in Arafat for gifted students school in Gaza. It's a mixed school with girls and boys. Before you get in, you have to pass an exam which covers chemistry, biology, math, Arabic, and English. If you pass this exam, you'll go to the interview. Then after the interview, you'll be able to be in the school. So yeah, that was my school. I finished at the top of my class. I applied to some schools in the US before the war. I got full admission to Vassar College. So I picked Vassar and I was going to go there. But then the war came and then I wasn't able to get a visa or anything. And then Trump banned Palestinians from going to the US. To be honest, we all thought that it's just going to be like any other war. It's not going to last that long, or it's not going to do anything. But we got displaced like 10 times or something. We were displaced in a house in Nusret. We were on the second floor, me and the woman, her name's Kafaya, and her baby. There was no warning and no nothing. They just bombed the house. The last thing I remember is just that everything was red. The sky, the window, all that was red. There was no voice, no sound. I remember when I was under the rubble and I thought, I'm actually okay. I thought nothing was wrong. But the moment they got me out, I felt like I couldn't breathe. While I was in the hospital, they told me, thank God you're alive and all that. And then I said, okay, what happened? They said, Farah is alive, like the baby. Her name is Farah. And Kafaya is dead. I was just, I don't know. I don't know. There's guilt. I know it's just not good to feel this way, but it's just the survivor's guilt, this kind of thing. It's like, okay, why specifically her? Why did she die and I live? Maybe she's better than me. Well, she's definitely better than me because she's a mother. She has kids and she has a lot of responsibility. These kinds of thoughts, and not just me, I think everyone who experienced this also has these kinds of thoughts. I didn't start school in September because I was here to do a foundation year. But then I went to the engineering office and I was like, quote, I don't need a foundation year. I know math and I know English. A foundation year is basically for international students who don't speak the language or who will find it hard to study in a different language. So they give them a year where they have to study basic things. So if you're doing engineering, you'll have basic maths or pre-calculus in English. So I went to the engineering office and I was like, you can do whatever. You can test me or interview me. And so I made an interview with them and they asked me a lot of scientific questions and I passed it. And then they said, okay, but you have to wait a month until we approve your application to go straight into engineering. I found out that my father was killed on Facebook. Some of his friends posted that he was a great doctor and all that. He always said, I'm here for a mission. I'm in this life for a mission. If my mission is over, then my life is not worth anything. I never really understood what he meant. Then he was killed and I understood. It's just crazy because he had the chance to leave. When the war started, he had offers from the Hungarian government and other places to go out of Gaza. And he was like, no. He even wrote articles about doctors leaving Gaza and how shameful it is. As a daughter, of course, I wish he'd left, but as a Palestinian, no. When you live as Black Americans do, in a constant state of emergency, it can be hard to look across an ocean and see what the long arm of your country is doing to people like Dima. What is already blurry is rendered almost imperceptible by the spectacles of American racism. Because when those whom America kills come to this country, the one sure way for them to advance is to become white. Ta-Nehisi, say that, sir. Listen to what he says. Because when those whom America kills come to this country, the one sure way for them to advance is to become white. And the one sure way to become white is to put as much distance between oneself and Black people as possible. Knowing this, the temptation to adopt a more siloed strategy, one that eschews coalitions with allies who have disappointed us, is strong. This is a very bad idea. If only because we are a minority, we need the numbers that come from alliances. And then there are certain moments when a particular issue multiplies the power of certain allies. The Arab American vote is relatively tiny and constrained to a few states. But much as the advance of broadcast news made it harder for Southern white supremacists to hide their brutality, the sweep of social media has made it impossible for Israel, and thus the American empire, to hide its own. And just as the image of Black people beaten for trying to cross a bridge resonated beyond our community, the image of a Palestinian hooked up to an IV, writhing in agony and burning alive resonates far beyond theirs. This is just a couple of weeks ago, Veronica. This resonance was not appreciated in 2024. A party that was deeply identified with destroying apartheid within its borders attempted to win by ignoring apartheid abroad. It did not work. Quote, there was an underestimation of what was really afoot and how much it meant to so many people from many different walks of life, says Ayanna Pressley. And I would say especially the younger generation. And I do believe it is why so many people just did not participate and stayed home. But there is another way. Yes, Chad, I am reading the Ta-Nehisi Coates article. And when I get done, I will open the panel. I am almost done, but I'm not done yet. And I'm going to finish the article first. In late 2023, as Shamali and her family fled Gaza City, opinion polls showed African Americans, relative to the rest of the country, believed Israel should stop its military assault on Gaza. The earliest congressional call for a ceasefire on October 16th was co-sponsored by a Black woman, then Congresswoman Cori Bush. Half of her co-signers were Black and none were white. In January of 2024, a coalition of more than 1,000 Black pastors called for Biden to press for a ceasefire. The next month, the African Methodist Episcopal Church called for an end to aid to Israel, claiming the United States was supporting mass genocide. Quote, the average thought of my constituent is, why the hell are we always bombing some other country, said Pennsylvania Congresswoman Summer Lee. And there is wisdom in this instinct. We can't afford health care. We can't afford housing. We can't afford grocery bills, right? All of those things we're told are luxuries that if you work hard enough or you're special enough, you'll get. Well, we spend $1 billion a day dropping bombs in Iran. So those things are not disconnected. Lee is pointing to a different tradition of activism, one that does not accept a survivalist democracy in which the lives of one suffering people are balanced against another. We intimately know the perils of this balancing. Indeed, the history of American politics is littered with ostensible golden ages, the era of good feelings, the roaring 20s, the post-war 50s. The post-war 50s that can only be deemed such by our total exclusion. Out of that knowledge comes a tradition of broader democracy extolled by some of Black America's most celebrated heroes. In 1965, the year of the Voting Rights Act passage, Coretta Scott King stood before an anti-war rally in Madison Square Garden and rejected survivalist democracy. Have you often wondered, as I have, why it is that the same President Johnson, who speaks so eloquently for civil rights and who has been so moved by the struggle for the right to vote and the anguish of the poor, can be so callous about the Vietnamese and so apparently thoughtless on foreign policy? I think it is because we permit him to be. King's criticism of the Vietnam War preceded her husband's. It was neither popular with the FBI, which, as political scientist Jean Thureris notes, subsequently labeled her a subversive, nor with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Johnson had already passed 2 civil rights bills and in 1968 passed another. He was the best president Black America had seen in nearly a century. And here was King attacking that very president in the name of a people half a world away. But King's mandate came out of the empathy of having seen her people and herself excluded from democracy. It is broadly assumed that Harris is planning to seek the Democratic presidential nomination of 2028. There are those who would write her off, and perhaps her timidity before America's facilitation of Gaza's destruction has earned that dismissal. But if Harris were interested in a second act, I'm getting emotional. I didn't expect that. But if Harris were interested in a second act, one rooted not in failed pragmatism, but the courage of the hero she claims, Fannie Lou Hamer and Coretta Scott King, she would not have to look far for inspiration. Harris's maternal grandmother was an activist in India, sheltering women from abuse and leading education initiatives for them about contraceptives. Her maternal grandfather was active in the fight for Indian independence. Harris herself was born in Oakland in 1964, the same year Hamer made her stand. The Harrises were intellectual activists with a keen interest in Black struggle and its broader implications. They organized study groups focused on Black writers such as Ralph Ellison, Carter G. Woodson, and W.E. Du Bois. They debated apartheid and decolonization. They hosted Black writers like Amari Baraka, and even Hamer herself. Harris's parents saw Martin Luther King speak together, protested the Vietnam War, and marched for civil rights, pushing their firstborn in a stroller. These were my mother's people, Harris writes in her memoir, The Truths We Hold: An American Journey. From almost the moment she arrived from India, she chose and was welcomed to and enveloped in the Black community. It was the foundation of her new American life. Harris recalls the walls of her daycare center as decorated with posters of Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, and Harriet Tubman. The nursery's matriarch made pound cake and flaky biscuits and played Aretha Franklin's rendition To Be Young, Gifted in Black. She recalls being sent on Sundays to the 23rd Avenue Church of God, where Harris and her sister Maya sang in the children's choir. They were reared in a social justice Christianity which called upon them, according to Harris, to, quote, defend the rights of the poor and needy. This does not strike me as the biography of someone who needs lectures on the nexus between the Black freedom struggle and its import to the broader world. To the contrary, it reads like the story of someone steeped in that knowledge. And that story forces a very basic question. What was the point of all this? Why the invocations of Tubman, the readings of Du Bois, the visits from Hamer? And did the advocates of this collective pedagogy imagine their children rising to heights of power only to view the darker nations of the world through the same violent lens as their oppressors? And if they did not, if they believed that the quote unquote poor and needy meant those within the empire as well as those without, then what moral mandate does that place upon their children? And if their children have come only to praise, not check empire, then why have they come at all? What a fucking question. Thanks, Michelle. Yeah, 100%, the one and only 100%. You know, for me, when I read this article, it's not just about did Gaza was Gaza the sole reason? Because I agree with Ta-Nehisi Coates. I think there are points of intersection. I think racism plays a part. I think sexism plays a part. I think Gaza plays a part. I think that there are a multitude of things, right? I think there are a multitude of things that got us to where we are. I also think that that article helps lay the groundwork for the next progressive candidate for president, whether that be Kamala Harris or someone else. It lays the groundwork. It tells you what is needed. It demonstrates why it will be effective. it outlines what we cannot repeat. And I think that it further supports this movement that we see happening right now with progressive Democratic Socialist candidates primarying and defeating establishment Democrats, people that have been in office and in that place for a very long time. And I think that that's important. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel so that we can cultivate some conversation and some discussion around what I just read. When I bring you to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay. And then we will go from there. Okay. Chad, you requested, I accepted. You're not there. Don't know why. Yes, Chris, I am. So yeah, currently we're on TikTok, we're on Facebook, YouTube, Substack, and we're on Twitch. All the above. Ta-Nehisi Coates is the author of the article. The article was written for Vanity Fair. Thanks, Speech Bone Wannabe. But did you all notice something in this? I think for me, reading it was pretty amazing because he did a balance. This balance of people expecting perfection from her and also the failures of the campaign, which, by the way, just so that everyone knows, when you're the candidate, the campaign isn't always doing what you want the campaign to do, especially when the campaign is falling under the umbrella of the Democratic Party and the Democratic National Convention. And that's this is one of the things. Exactly. And Baku, that's what I think. And I know that it was only 107 days, 100%. I hear it and I agree with it. I think that though there is this beautiful balance of providing all of the context for what took place, addressing the places of potential failure, and also the absurdity of the perfection and purity tests that were given and that were placed on Kamala Harris when they were not placed on any other candidate prior to her. Good morning, Ren. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I am fantastic. What would you like to share this morning?
Well, first, so I am a friendly. I am from Steve's live. I hop in here after his lives end kind of often, and I don't really ever say anything in the chat. I just kind of listen. So in that article that you just read, the line that gave you chills stopped me from the middle of mopping my floors to stand there and stare at myself for a minute. It was something along the lines of, in reference to the people who are unalived in Gaza, the only way to assimilate here is to become white.
It wasn't just about the folks from Gaza. It was all immigrants that come from countries that we kill. So give me a second and I'll read it. Because yeah, it's a fucking sentence, is it not?
It was a sentence. But yeah, it struck me because I had this recent experience with this man who is of Indian descent, but he's young, a little younger than me. I'm about to be 45. He's like 40 or 39 or 49 or 39 or 40. Sorry. And in our conversation, so first of all, let me just start off with, he voted for Trump. Okay. And it always boggles my mind when I speak to anyone who has any kind of obvious descent that is not a white Anglo-Saxon, quote unquote, American, okay, who votes for Trump, because you're voting directly against yourself and they just don't see it.
So
and I don't understand.
I think so. So there are a couple of things that I think about when I think about different countries and immigrants who come here. So I think one of the things that I always keep in mind is India has a caste system that is very much discriminatory and hateful, you know, similar to our racial system here in this country, right? And so I'm not often surprised to see, I'm not surprised, and this is just me personally, if I see people from India or Asian immigrants who vote Republican. That doesn't tend to surprise me. Especially Asian Americans they are not viewed the same as other melanated groups of immigrants who come here.
Right.
They are the, right, Cam, especially the men. But it's just not, I'm just not surprised to see that. Right. Yeah, but the line, so for those of y'all who don't know the line that she's referring to in this Ta-Nehisi Coates article, listen to this. It says, quote, "When you live as Black Americans do in a constant state of emergency, it can be hard to look across an ocean and see what the long arm of your country is doing to people like Dima. What is already blurry is rendered almost imperceptible by the spectacles of American racism. Because when those whom America kills come to this country, the one sure way for them to advance is to become white. And the one sure way to become white is to put as much distance between oneself and Black people as possible. Knowing this, the temptation to adopt a more siloed strategy, one that eschews coalitions with allies who have disappointed us, is strong. And this is a very bad idea." I agree with him. It's a very bad idea. But that's the part that you were talking about. And it's so true. It's one of the things that I hear within Black spaces on this app where people are frustrated. I specifically sometimes will hear Black men talk about immigrants who come to this country and their lack of involvement in racial justice for Black Americans, right? Yeah, 100%. Chief, why don't you come to the channel and to the chat, to the panel? And the reason why I'm asking that is, number one, what you're talking about is completely irrelevant. And number two, I just like to address racist shit head on. So come on to the panel. Azalar, let me handle Chief. But yeah, no, Ren, 100%, I got you.
So, and to further that, I had this other conversation with him where he was saying basically that, well, he asked me what of my rights had been taken away, like specifically me. I live in Maryland, okay?
Mhm.
I am a white woman. I live in Maryland. That is what it is. So I can't say that any of my specific rights have been taken away as a white woman in Maryland yet, of course, but I can't say that, right? So when he asked me what of my rights have been taken away, I said none. And this was in terms of, you know, one of the reasons why he voted for Trump, and that, you know, Trump hasn't taken away anybody's rights. And I'm like, okay, none of my rights have been taken away, but you do realize that there are women in other states who are in these United States who are no longer allowed to do certain things with their bodies because it has been outlawed. And he was like, oh, well, they can just go to a different state. And I said, my good sir, that's not how it works. Like, these women who can't take care of themselves in their own state and then try to leave their state to go to another state are at risk of being persecuted for that. Prosecuted, persecuted, thrown in jail, all of the things. And he said, but it doesn't affect you because you live in Maryland.
Right. And so my response to him is that I don't know. I don't know where you were raised. I don't know who raised you. I don't know what value system you have. But, you know, the way that I was raised was to be an individual that didn't care only about myself. Maybe that's you. And I understand if you weren't raised like that, then that's on you. Right. But for me, the way that I was raised, the human being that I am, is a human being that does not, just only vote and only act upon what's in the best interest of myself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to set the tone a little, I was sitting at the bar minding my whole own business.
Your whole ass own business.
my whole own business. Drinking my Guinness, looking at my phone, whatever. And he came up to me to have this discussion, I guess, or to have some discussion with me. And I just unloaded on him. And I said, you need to take a fucking look in the mirror because, sir, they're coming after your rights soon, too. I'm like, don't sit here and tell me that you voted for somebody who isn't taking away your rights just because it's not happening yet. Like, fuck you. Chugged my beer, asked for the check, and left. And, like, I hope he never comes back up to me again at that bar because, for one thing, it's in my neighborhood, so it really pisses me off that we live in the same neighborhood. But for another thing, it's just like, how can someone be so disrespectful to everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone. How?
Right. I don't know. And sometimes I wonder if people are, sometimes I wonder if people are who they, like, is this really you or is this just who you want to be? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is this a persona? Is this who you're pretending to be at the bar because you want to be the dude? Or like, is this really how you are? Sometimes I wonder.
Well, so. And now this isn't the only conversation I've ever had with this person. Okay.
Oh, like, okay. Well, then never mind.
I've run into him a number of times. So because we live in the same neighborhood, we frequent the same watering hole. Okay. Like, yeah. Like I've seen him a number of times. And the first time that I met him, he was sitting next to this white ass dude who also voted for Donald Trump. Now they were both saying that like now they regret their vote. And I wish I could remember the singular reason that they gave because I can't remember it right now.
Yeah.
But like they said, you know, that they regret it now and then still proceeded to go on and say stupid ass shit. So like the very first time I met them, I laid into him that day too, but I did it for a while longer. Like the last time it happened, I was like, I can't.
Right. No. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you just let it go. Let me address something that was said in the comments. For the person who said, oh, well, in Virginia, as of July 1st, 2026, we are restricted as to what types of arms we can have. Let me tell you, this is not the first time that you've ever had restrictions. You still have your right to bear arms. You just can't have access to certain semi-automatic and different types of weapons. And this is not the first time. The entire country had a ban on assault arms, folks, during the, up until what, 2008? Hold on, let me see when they expired. Assault weapon ban. It ended, it was for 10 years. From 1994 to 2004, we had an assault weapon ban. So miss me with the bullshit if y'all are mad because you can't have access to an assault weapon. This is not the first fucking time. It was there for an entire decade and you were fine. No, you were fine. So I don't want to hear it. Jesus. Sorry, Rand. Just that stuff irritates me because I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. But most people don't even know we had an assault weapon ban for those 10 years because nobody was running around trying to buy AR-15s at the time. Anyway, but no, I appreciate you, Ren.
Of course. And just for Marky, who was saying that they wouldn't get out of that bar alive. So again, I live in Maryland and we are pretty much a majority blue here. So when you run into people like this, it really is like an actual like body shock to see people live in the wild in your neighborhood. It kind of boggles your mind. But the bartender knew. The bartender knows me, saw where the conversation was going, watched me get visibly upset, and knew I was going to be asking for my check soon and was ready for it. So the bar is great. Otherwise speaking, it's just this one individual that makes it really awful. So
I got
pretty
that.
much everybody else that comes in that I talk to is completely cool and agrees with me, and it's a great time to be had by all. It was just this one guy.
Imagine that humanity. It just makes it all better. So, but no, appreciate you, Ren.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Lovely talking to you.
You too. Anytime.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right. So American in the World, this would be your opportunity to also join the panel. This is your opportunity. Because what she continues to do is to go into her local neighborhood, sit at the bar and have a drink. And she continues, and the bar continues to not discriminate against people who don't agree with her and ban them from the bar. So they didn't meet up and go have a drink together. I don't know if you missed that part of the fucking story, right? But literally, it's in the same community. So you just sound silly. And what I noticed is that you are sounding silly from the chat and not on the panel, because that's what you typically do. Right? Got it. All right. So this was one of the things that I really wanted to make sure that I shared with everybody today, because I feel like it is incredibly important for where we are today and for where we need to go and what we need to be looking at as we move forward in that direction. Good afternoon, American. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good. Okay, so did you miss the part where she said that she was sitting at the bar minding her business, and then the folks sat down and initiated a conversation with her?
Yes, and I also remember the part in which she said this wasn't her first encounter with the same individuals.
Right, because when we live in the same neighborhood with people, we tend to frequent the same people.
Yes, but if I think low of someone, I'm going to get up and move as soon as they enter.
Hold on. Well, I mean, that's you, but that doesn't mean that other people have to get up and leave because they don't want to be around certain people.
I think that it's more of the superiority complex that it has infected some people, in which they just want to, again, show how, on top of the world that they are in comparison to others.
What about sitting at the bar, not leaving, makes her superior?
It's her mindset. Is that her belief is that there are these horrible people with no values, no ideals, or low value ideals, and so on. And I'm just entertaining them, trying to make them into a better person instead of trying to understand and see their side, their perspective of what's going on.
Okay, so first, what I would say is that she literally was sitting at the bar herself, drinking her beer, minding her business, right? These people came down, sat down, and initiated a conversation with her. Okay? There's nothing about her mindset that says she needs to get up and leave, or that she shouldn't give her opinion when they start a conversation with her. So she's in her neighborhood. She's at a bar. She's having a drink, minding her business, right? And so she's not required to do anything else except be who she is. So she doesn't have to leave because she doesn't agree with them. She doesn't have to do anything different other than answer the question that they ask if she feels like it. And none of that suggests anything about a particular mindset. What it sounds like is that you are projecting something onto her based on your opinions of other people.
I don't think that it's a projection. I think that there's a certain culture.
Well, then how can it not be? If she didn't say that, how can it not be a projection onto her?
Well, because she described their ideas as being, whatever, archaic or do.
Yeah, so she can have an opinion about so she can have an opinion she can have an opinion of their statements, and she can have the opinion that those statements are archaic or whatever. That does not mean that she believes herself to be superior to them as a human being. She can express her opinion about their ideas all day long.
This isn't the first time I've watched you. I think that you are somewhat at the middle, reasonable, rational person. Sorry, but my take on most people on this app, on this platform, is that they have a superiority complex related to their beliefs and values, which discards everyone else.
But my point is nothing in what she said demonstrated that. And so you can have an opinion of most of the people on this app, but that again is a prejudice. Like what you're describing is you having a prejudice and you projecting that prejudice onto her when nothing that she said demonstrated that. She didn't demean them as human beings. She didn't do any of those things. She described her opinion of their ideas, of their ideology, but that's it.
That sounds very valid, and I just hope that you apply that in other areas as well. For example, you have one of the things that's racism is the problem, not immigrants. You discount.
But wait, we're pivoting now. So before we go on to another subject, I want to make sure that we finalize where we are right now before we move on to another one, because then you just pick something up off there. And so I just want to be clear that there's nothing in what she said in her verbiage that demonstrated that she thought she was superior, that she demonstrated anything different. It was that literally that was what you assumed because of what you think about people on this app.
Okay, so I guess the gentleman that she met, they are not able to engage in discourse conversations, and therefore they are exactly what she said.
No,
if that's the
she
case,
didn't
then
say.
I agree with that.
They can do whatever they want, and she can have an opinion about what they do as it relates to her. Right? So she can have an opinion if they sit down beside her and they ask her questions and she answers those questions, right? And they provide their opinion about the things that about what they ask her. And she can go, "Oh, I think that's an archaic mindset. That's an opinion about their ideology." And there's nothing superior or supremacist in that thinking. They asked for her opinion. She gave it. And then she gave us her opinion of their opinions. That's it. There was nothing added to that. And everything that you added personally based on your own prejudice about people on this app.
Okay. I just wondered their side of the story, whether or not she was actually willing to engage in conversation, dialogue, whether or not she was willing to be sincere.
Well, no, but you judged her. You said, "Oh, but yet you drink with them." But you judged her. From the comments, you literally said, "Oh, but you get drinks with them." She didn't get drinks with them. She didn't go for drinks with them. She was minding her business, literally. And then they sat down and started a conversation with her.
So if you have profiled an individual yourself, you and you're drinking, if they come to sit next to you.
What do you mean profiled an individual? What does that mean, profiled an individual?
If you profiled an individual to be right-wing extremists, whatever you want to call them, right? If they come sit next to you, you've already, figured out their profile. They sit next to you. Aren't you going to get up and move?
No, because I was there first. Absolutely not. So let me just be clear. I'm probably even more so not going to move because I don't have to move myself because of who other people are. And just because I disagree with someone else's ideology doesn't mean that I am discriminatory and think that they can't sit beside me. I don't have to agree. I can think that someone's ideology is archaic. Matter of fact, I have people that I know that I think that their mindsets regarding certain issues are very archaic. That doesn't mean that they don't have a right to sit at the bar beside me, and it damn sure doesn't mean that I'm going to get up and move just because I don't like their ideology.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, like why would I do that? No, it's a bar. Like people can sit wherever they want to sit. And if someone asks me my opinion, like they did her, and then I express that opinion and they express theirs, and I believe that their opinion is archaic, then I can just say that. And that's that. That doesn't mean that I feel superior. It just means I believe their ideology is archaic, and that's it.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Was there something else that you wanted to talk about?
I just, again, as I said before, I feel a lot of times there's that the feelings and the lives
I don't know
of
what
people
game
are
that's in.
discounted
Can you ask them?
en route
I
of
know. Is it in a
pursuing an
document?
agenda.
There you go. Okay, repeat that. Sorry, Mila was asking me a question.
It's okay. I think that sometimes conservative beliefs, values, and so on are discounted in order to pursue the agenda or the idealism of the opposing side.
So give me an example. Give me a concrete example of what you mean.
So, for example, you talk about racism being the problem instead of immigrants.
Mhm.
You're discounting, the deflation of wages. You're discounting, the social net of states being used in order to provide services for individual. You're discounting a lot of things in the economy.
No, I'm not.
To be able to.
You're making an assumption that I'm discounting that I'm not. And I'm very much not discounting any of those things. Looked at the data and the statistics around it, and there isn't a depreciation of wages. That it's just not a thing.
Stagnation.
And but that is not driven by immigrants. Just to be clear, I'm not discounting what immigrants do or don't get in the country at all, because I know what they do get. I know what they can legally have access to, what they legally can have access to. I know what the court cases have said. So like, I'm not discounting any of those things. As someone who has done a significant amount of reading and digesting of information and facts regarding immigrants, no, that's a solid position, taking into account all of those things. I guess I would wonder why you think that I'm discounting those things. Why would you? Because again, you're making an assumption.
So obvious what we've seen through elections and so on is that you do have a class of Americans who feel left behind. They feel as if things aren't getting done for them. They feel as if they're not a priority.
Dominic.
So when someone comes and say America first, it touches them in a different way. It touches them, it touches their heart, right? Because you finally feel as if they have a warrior for themselves. But you guys instead have turned it around, and you said that, it's racism. You've turned it around and you said, America first is, it doesn't help to better our country.
So,
right? So
I'm going to tell you my position. Okay. So I believe it should be Americans, as in the people first, not America, because America is nationalism, right? And nationalism isn't patriotism. That's the first part. Second, putting America first doesn't mean that immigrants are the problem, right? So I would argue that you could take immigration completely out of the mix. And the reason that there is a certain class of people in this country who feel left out and not thought about would still feel that way, because it is the corporations in their communities that do not want to pay a living wage. It is the corporations and the local government that continue to provide tax breaks and incentives for corporations to exist without requiring them to create the jobs that they said that they would create, to pay the wages that they said that they would pay, right? So I would argue that immigrants, because immigrants have been here since the existence of this country. And in the 1950s and the 1960s, 1970s, people weren't feeling left out. This particular class of people wasn't feeling left out. Why? Because we had a booming middle class. We had corporations and businesses that paid a livable wage, right? Wages had kept up with the cost of living. We don't have that anymore. And it's not because of immigrants. It's because we have a vulturistic capitalist society. Droll Troll, feel free to come on up here.
Oh yeah, we
Thanks,
do have a
Happy Girl.
problem. We have a problem, for example, with Nixon. He, takes most of the jobs abroad, which actually positively impacts us, right?
Who?
Right
I'm sorry, I
now,
didn't hear
what's
you.
needed-
Who did you
So,
say?
For example, you have Nixon and Reagan, getting the jobs, putting jobs abroad, which really helped us, right? It helped to lower costs and so on and boosted our economy. But now we're at a point where, we have one part of the aisle that says that, hey, we should start producing and manufacturing in America. And we feel that it is the left that is stopping us from being able to make those strides, and the strides necessary for our economy.
So I want to be clear. So it wasn't the Democrats who sent the jobs abroad, but you somehow think it's
Yes.
the Democrats who are wanting the jobs to stay abroad? Because you literally just said who created an environment where the jobs went abroad. Help me. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Well, it's a fact that happened. The Republicans are the ones who, opened up this capitalism. China wall comes down into one. That's correct. But now we're living, we're about 45, 46 years later, in which you do have the Democratic Party that doesn't want to, they're like, oh, we can't bring any jobs back. Right?
Name for me. Hold on. Name for me a Democratic candidate who said we were not bringing any jobs back here, or we don't want jobs here, because that's not a thing.
Let me make it clear, because maybe my sentence wasn't clear. They're saying that it's not ideal.
I've never heard that either. Not from a single Democrat. No,
I've heard that many times. President Joe Biden has said it.
No, share with me where he said it. When?
One moment.
Droll Troll, good morning. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, yourself.
I'm doing fine. You said something in the comments that you said, "Oh no, this isn't true." What did you say? What were you referring to?
I forgot what you were talking about, but the Democrats want these immigrants here. Oh, I was saying people don't have a problem with the immigrants. It's the illegal immigration. The Democrats want the illegal immigration here by a bunch to replace the black vote.
Okay, so can you share with me when that happened and how that happened?
What do you mean when that happened? It's happening when Biden said himself he's going to flood the border and then flooded the border.
Biden never said that. I would ask for you right now to bring up a source.
So he never said in the debates when he said if they're about immigration, he never used the phrase flood the border.
So Droll, I would like for you to go demonstrate to me. Bring up your data, bring up your facts, because I can do that.
He did say, he said those exact words, going to flood the border.
I'm asking you to bring up your information.
Well, so I'll let you listen to what he's saying, but yeah.
Or did he say surge the border? One of the two.
Well, not one of the two. Can you tell me what he said?
I just told you what he said.
I would like for you to go get it. I want you to pull it up.
TikTok doesn't work like that.
It does. You can teacup and pull it up. It absolutely does. And then once you tell me, you just tell, and I'll pull it up for you. Because what I'm telling you is that when I pull up, did Biden say he was going to quote unquote flood the border? I don't get shit. That doesn't come up. It's not anywhere.
It's on YouTube. Search candidate Biden calls on illegal immigrants to search the border. It's in a debate with Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders.
So you're talking about a primary debate?
Yeah, it was a primary debate.
In what year? That would have been 2020.
2019, 2020.
2019, and you're looking at a primary debate, and Joe Biden says what?
He's calling on us. To be fair, he's calling on asylum seekers. He said, you know, the immigrants and asylum seekers just surged the border.
Use the exact words.
In what? Hold on a second, Joel, because you don't even know what you were quoting. The other person on the panel can no, because you literally said flood the border and completely out of context.
Surge the border, flood the border.
Yeah, it's a difference. And hold on a second. Hey, I'm gonna finish it up, and I'm gonna look at the context of the entire conversation, literally, because it is a primary debate. And so the primary debate is important to know exactly what the context of the quote is from. YouTube in and of itself is not a source for information. You need the information, and then I'm going to finish speaking. You need the information, and then you need the context of in which the information is said or not said. And that is what I am bringing right now. So give me just a moment while I do that. Good Lord. Oh, wait, this is not it. Oh, this is hilarious. Okay, I got it. Oh, I want it written, please. Maybe I can find it here. I want the text. Maybe this will be it. Oh, I hate fucking paywalls. I think things related to the presidency should not have paywalls. That's my own thing.
If I can't put the link in the chat, how am I supposed to show it?
Can you what?
What's
the link? What is the link?
I just sent. Oh, I guess I'll send it to you personally then.
No, I just tell me where the link is.
It's on YouTube.
Oh dear God. Hey, Aaron, hold on one second.
The whole political debates. It's not real.
Joel, hush for a moment, please. Hey, Aaron, you said you have it pulled up.
Hello. Yeah, I've got the clip. It's actually a 13-second clip that the Republicans keep. Speaker McCarthy sent this out over 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So I would like to play what he said.
Yeah. And then can we get the entire? What's the date of the debate?
This was it was the debate, the Democratic debate in 2019. It was a Democratic primary debate.
Yep. Okay, so let me just see if we can. So that would have been 6 years ago, July 30th. Does that sound right? Or
around that time, yes.
Okay, so let me see, because there's a July 30th, 2019, which I think. Well, let me see if this is the one or not. Are they just straight up at the top? Can you see?
On there, and they're talking about the all the people that are at the border when MPP went in place and the border crisis was happening before the Democrats took office.
Yeah.
They're addressing how
is it CNN?
What they should do with those people. It's it's an ABC. No, ABC.
Damn, that means I got the wrong one. Hold on.
Yeah, I've seen it. It was it was on ABC. This comes from ABC News.
Okay. Yeah, might be just a clip from them. Okay, go ahead. So on the stage, because here's what I have. I have on the stage, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have like, holy shit, there's a ton of them. Democratic presidential debate, July 30th, 2019. Go ahead, though. Go ahead and play it.
But yes, you're correct. The thing they focus on is Biden's use of the word surge.
Yep.
Okay.
I got it.
We immediately surge. All those people are seeking asylum. We heard. That's who we are. We're an institution that you want to, and you're afraid of you should go.
Got it.
That is what they are upset about, because he said that if people are fleeing oppression,
Yes.
which is absolutely, because they kept calling it a surge. He says, let them surge. They deserve.
They were calling it a surge. I got it.
To be heard.
That's what I was looking for, was the entirety of the conversation.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find really quickly. Because I like to hold on a second. Is this hold on a second. Do we know at what point it is that it's in here? Because I've got the whole debate. Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw what's the boy from Texas? Beto. I just looked up and saw Beto. I hadn't seen Beto's ass in a minute. And I forgot that he was here. Why don't I see what debate is it again? Because I swear this ain't it. It's got to be a debate with Republicans.
No, Elizabeth Warren is there and Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I'm looking at both of them. I'm
The debate in
scrolling.
2019.
I know. I'm there. I'm looking. I see Amy Klobuchar. I see Beto. I see Elizabeth Warren. I see Bernie. Why don't I see Joe Biden in this debate? Maybe this is when he wasn't. Maybe I'm just looking at the wrong damn debate. Sorry, y'all. I just, because you know me, I like to see if I can pull the whole thing myself. So is it George? I think this is the one you're going to watch. I think this is the one. There's Bernie. There's Pete. There's Amy. There's Elizabeth. There's Joe. Okay. I might be onto something now, y'all. Appreciate you, Aaron. Well, what's the reason I'm looking this shit up again? What was your claim, Joel? What was your claim?
Doesn't matter. I won't believe it anywhere.
Well, what's your claim?
That the illegals are here to come and take the black vote.
Okay. And so, yes. And so again, so what I ask you is, I'm just saying, y'all. So what I ask you is, so here's what I ask you. Okay. What I ask you is to provide evidence of Democrats bringing immigrants here to take black jobs. Tell me that.
Did I say
black votes? I mean, black votes. That's what I mean. Go. Black votes. Go.
It's happening now. And all the people that are in power, like
so can you share with me how, hold on.
Jesus Christ.
I'm asking,
yeah,
listen.
You asked me a question.
Don't talk over me and be an asshole. Listen, here's what I'm asking you. What I want is.
You ask me a question, and in the middle of the answer the question, you get mad I'm talking over you.
You can come back when you learn what I just said. I'm not doing that shit with you.
Answer.
Yeah, just real clear. I'm not doing that shit with you. This is not your house. At all. And literally, this is what I wanted. The question that I was asking was specifically, share with me what Democrat in what way has brought in immigrants to replace black voters. That's what I was asking. And I was asking you to give me a specific. That's it.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Well, it's something that just happens, right? So when we look at, for example, representation, local representation, right, which is crazy. that Democrats are against limiting the census to citizens or legally able to vote people, right? They're still counted. You can be illegal, undocumented, no matter what you are, you're still counted in the census report, which means that you can have an overrepresentation in places like California or district areas in California versus other places that are struggling for representation. So I think that's an example.
Okay, so let me be clear. So let me share with you why that doesn't make sense for unauthorized immigrants. Unauthorized immigrants are not going to sign up for a census because they're here. Well, undocumented. Let me say this. Undocumented immigrants are not going to participate in the census because they have zero desire to be deported, right? So that's number one. Number two, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know if you've ever like organized or attempted to talk to people within the Hispanic community about voting. It's not something that they just run and flock to. And whether it is an unauthorized immigrant or an undocumented immigrant, they cannot vote. They cannot vote in federal elections at all. And then your state determines whether or not people can vote in state or local elections.
And as someone who actually was an enumerator in the last census, you don't know the process of actually how a census is collected.
Correct.
You clearly don't even know why a census is collected. It is not for voting power. Well, partially for voting power, but it's also for resources. New schools are being built, allocations for the local government to make sure that the needs are being met, right? Unlike Dani is saying, undocumented people do not fill out those census. Black people do not fill out those census. That's why it is still showing that Black people are only 13% of the give or take of the population, because we have an innate distrust of this government for a reason.
Correct.
If you know anything about the history of the United States and how the system is set up, you wouldn't be saying the things that you're saying right now because it is simply not true.
According to you.
Like literally according to the data. So, and this is the thing that, because we've already talked about this, right? You don't have to like the facts and you don't have to like the data. But no, it's actually fact. And no, you mean the one dude, he didn't leave. I departed him because he didn't have any impulse control. And what I wasn't about to do is to have some little young whippersnapper talking over me like they ain't got no damn sense. I'm not doing that today. At all. So do you know that the estimates are that the Black population in the United States of America has a net undercount of 3 to 7%, depending upon like who's doing the estimates. But even at the lowest, it's still sitting at around 2.5 to 3% undercounted of Black Americans because they do not participate in the census. So this idea, right, of just like overdoing whatever, it's not true. And the undocumented immigrants do not vote, period. And by the way, show me, and nobody has still been able to explain to me how Democrats are bringing them here. Share that with me. That's what I would love to see. Show me the pathway from Venezuela, Honduras, Mexico, where Democrats in leadership brought them here. Share with me the path.
We can start first with Texas versus Biden, right? Him trying to get rid of what's actually him being empowered to get rid of the Remain in Mexico policy. They catch and release everything that is associated with asylum seekers.
No. I ask you to demonstrate for me how Democrats in office brought them here. Not whether or not ending a particular policy violated the Immigration and Nationality Act. Those are two different things. No, that's not what I asked
Saying
you.
that it didn't violate the Immigration Act. What I'm saying is that the policy.
I just stated that.
No. In Texas, Biden actually wins.
I know that because it didn't violate it. I'm aware.
Yes.
Right. So Texas and Missouri sued the Biden administration because they ended the migrant protection protocols, and he won that case. But that was not him bringing anybody here. He ended a policy that was enacted by a prior president. That's it. That is not facilitating the migration of people here. That's not what that case is. So you can cite a case, but that doesn't mean you're correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. The judicial ruling of that case is that Joe Biden had the executive power to be able to keep it on or to get rid of it, and the state cannot stop that power. That was the ruling. What I'm saying is that it's the policies of the Democrats.
Because immigration has always been federal. Immigration is a federal law. Right, which is all that ruling said. That states can't overrule federal policy, which has always been the case.
And then when he's putting the cart before the horse, why was MPP ended? It was because A, the humanitarian crisis that was at the border. It was trafficking that was people who played with traffic that was happening into the United States. It was the children that were being stolen. It was all these things that were caused because of this process and not following our immigration laws that were on the books by the previous administration. When the Trump administration came into power in 2017, they were handed a immigration system that was at a net negative, whether you like it or not, meaning
sure was.
we were deporting more people that we were bringing into the country. Trump gets in office, mucks everything up, so much so that in 2 years, he had to put MPP in place to stop the crisis at the borders that started during his administration in 2019 before the panorama. When Biden got into office, I'm sure you can look at the pictures and the articles on both sides of the border, international, of what was happening at the United States border. So much so that there was talk of the United States being sanctioned for the first time in history.
Yes.
Because of the crisis at the border. So it did not matter if Trump, Biden, or Mickey Mouse was president in 2021, they were going to have to address the issue at the border. Because remember, Donald Trump ran off almost 100 judges and lawyers in the immigration courts. The backlog doubled under the Trump administration.
It damn near tripled. Tripled because it went from approximately 542,000 to almost 1.3 million by the end of his term. And when she talks about running off the immigration judges, I got you, sissy. When she talks about running off the immigration judges, one of the specific ways he did that was when he changed the performance plan for immigration judges. We immediately lost like 45 immigration judges, boom, like right off top, because of the change in the performance plan for immigration judges.
Whitewashing.
What did you just say, America?
We're just whitewashing an entire story.
No, it's called a fact. You don't have to like the fucking fact.
Well, no. So let's be.
So what is? So wait, tell me what it is about about a change in a performance plan, or about the impact of a previous policy that is whitewashing a fact.
Well, so I was regarding her MPP argument,
right? Which her
was,
MPP.
As a result of the C thing, it was not in result of.
No. C did not hit our shores until March of 2020.
Correct.
Don't do that. C did not. The panorama did not hit our shores until March of 2020.
Correct.
In November of 2019, I was actually on the last flights leaving Italy to come to the United States before Italy shut their doors, and we had no protocols in place when we got here. I was at dinner with vendors and my colleagues when the border shut down and all that crap happened in 2020. So no. What you will not do is retell history, because I know facts, dates, data, statistics, evidence.
Yeah,
I know this because this is part of my industry. If you don't believe me, look it up.
Yes, but the strong enforcement of that came as a result of the C thing.
No, it was not. It
No.
was not an issue. Donald Trump at that time, per the recordings, per Donald Trump's own words, it was just a head cold. It wasn't a big deal. Everyone thought this will blow over in the wintertime. It's not a big deal.
And if you don't know, so American, by the way, Remain in Mexico didn't have anything to do with C-19 at all. The only thing that was implemented as a result of C-19 was Title 42, which was a public health policy, and it was not an immigration policy. It was a public health policy that was implemented in 2020 by the Trump administration.
Correct. Because MPP came into power. It came into place January 2019, and per the Trump administration, it was to deal with the influx of asylum seekers at the border.
But the point I'm trying to make is that the strong enforcement of it happened following the C thing.
No, it didn't.
He said that it was just a flu. No, but you said that he said it was just a flu, which you're completely correct related to that. But later in the month, things started to change regarding him to the point in which they said that he was a racist.
Listen, American, here's what you are confusing. When you say the strong enforcement of migrant protection protocols was because of C-19, is false. It was in place for a full fucking year and 3 months before C became a thing here. So what you believe was the strong enforcement of MPP was actually the implementation of Title 42. They are not the same thing.
And to prove her point, the reason why the border, quote, shut down, it was because of Title 42, which was a health crisis that let you circumvent all of the normal protocols of allowing people to come into the border.
Correct.
That is when you, quote, shut down the border.
Correct.
And then now we fast forward to Biden's administration, the border was shut down until March of 2021, when the conservatives and the Republicans wanted the health declaration to be nullified so they can get back, sorry, not 2021, 23, so that they can get back to business as usual.
Yep.
Once they did that, you saw those numbers at the border quadruple, because now we can no longer deny people coming in. We have to process per our normal laws on the border, because we were back to Title 8 and no longer Title 42.
It's killing me to be over here. I'm fixing the baby something real quick, but let me just say this. So yes, so this is the important thing. If you're going to come up here and talk immigration, you really need to know what you're talking about, because those of us that are in this space, Aaron and myself, we know it and have dealt with it a ton. So let me just be clear. I got you, Mila. All right. So MPP, Title 42 is implemented as a result of C-19. That is when Title 42 is implemented. The GOP actually blocked the Biden administration from lifting Title 42 all the way back in 2022. And the Biden administration wanted to go back to Title 8. Title 8 is our normal immigration law. So, American, let me ask you this. Can you tell me the 4 main differences between Title 42 and Title 8?
No, I cannot.
Okay, so let me, just for everyone who's in here, because this is really important so that people understand, okay? So, I'm going to do this and then I'm going to go back for just a second. So, follow me. So Title 42 is a public health policy. It is not a law. Therefore, that means if you violate the policy, it's not a crime. It is not a civil crime. It is not a criminal crime. It's not a crime, right? So under Title 8, if you illegally enter this country, it is a civil offense. You might get a fine, you might not, but you get a notice to appear. That's it. Title 42, no such thing, because it's a policy, not a law. Okay, so that's the first thing. Number 2, if you are coming here during Title 8, the average processing time to see if you qualify for asylum, to see if anything else, that process is 90 minutes. Under Title 42, because it was a public health policy that was closed, it took 15 minutes and you were sent right back out the damn door. Okay? That's difference number 2. Because it was a policy and not a law like Title 8, 8 USC is the code, that's the law. Title 8, if you try again after the first time and you get that second time, you also get caught. It is now a felony. You can face 2 to 5 years in prison and you can be banned from asylum in the future. Under Title 42, public policy, there is no felony and you can have access to asylum no matter how many times you try. So when you look at the immigration statistics that are at Customs and Border Patrol for the southern border, and you see 2.1 million encounters, that is not 2.1 million people coming into the damn country. That means we encountered them at the border. That's what it means. And during the Title 42 years, what that also means is 27% of them were trying it again. 27% of the people that attempted to come into this country under Title 42, 27% tried it more than once, which means those numbers do not represent individual people. They represent repeat offenders because there was no teeth to the policy at all, which is why the Biden-Harris administration wanted to lift that policy and put the law back in place. But guess who blocked that? Spoiler alert, the fucking GOP Senate. That's who blocked it. That is why Title 42 did not expire until 2023 when the normal C-19, when all of those things expired. So nobody brought them here. Democrats weren't fighting to do shit. You need to understand the difference between the policy that was enacted and you need to understand the law that usually exists.
Okay. So we have a situation in which if you go to Customs Border Control, you find that about, I think it's 60 to 70% are denied because they are economic migrants. That's a reality of what the border is. We think that we should have stronger border policies. You don't believe it. You believe that everyone deserves a just evaluation, that we should waste taxpayer dollars when these people.
No.
International asylum law.
You're wrong. We believe in following the laws on the books. If you want that, then the immigration laws need to change.
Correct.
Because what you're saying right now is not what the law states. The law states that anyone that comes to the border does not even have to cite asylum, does not have to start it until 366 days after they are in the United States on soil. They have a year and a day to start it. What you want what's happening now, where you can't even get to the border just because you're, quote, at economic asylum. You want something that's not on the books. So if you want that, then Congress needs to change the laws.
Correct.
You cannot fault people for following the law.
The Supreme Court has ruled, I think 2 days ago, that coming to a port of entry doesn't mean that you've actually entered the United States to claim asylum. Okay. International asylum law is that you go
so
to the
you
first
clearly don't know. Okay,
country.
and this is the problem. You don't know what the immigration law states.
He doesn't know what that. We know. We listen. Sorry, Aaron. So listen, American, you think you're about to quote that court case and make a point. And what I'm here to tell you is that you don't. So that case was specific to Haitians and Syrians under a particular thing. It is not a change. It is not. So listen, and it's also a court case, not immigration law. So the Supreme Court doesn't change law. Only Congress does. And the only thing that Supreme Court case was about was whether or not they could end the temporary protected status for Haitians and Syrians. That's it. Title 8 still exists exactly like it did fucking 2 days ago, 2 years ago, and for the last 50 years. It is still the same law. And if you do not know, 8 USC 1158 is your asylum law. Go look it up. Not only does it say, I don't even have to come through a point of entry. It says I can come from the fucking sea. It does not matter. As long as once I am here in the United States of America, I have 12 full months to apply for asylum. And as long as I do that within those 366 days, I'm here legally. So go ahead.
The Supreme Court reiterated that when it says just because you're at a port of entry does not mean that you can start the asylum process because you are not on U.S. soil yet. Because the law states, people got in the uproar because they did not read the law. The law states that you have to have 10 toes on U.S. soil. If you are outside the border of the United States trying to claim asylum, you do not have a claim yet because you are not inside the United States. The law literally makes people break the law to claim asylum. Literally.
Yep. 100%.
You're talking about Mullins versus Al.
Yes, that's the one that you brought up. And then Dani went back to Title 8. You brought up that the Supreme Court just 2 days ago ruled that just because you're at the border does not mean you can start your asylum claim.
So can I please, right here, this would be 8 USC 1158. I want you, so youngin, I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you youngin. That might not be respectful. American, listen, you are talking to somebody that has created a whole immigration and border information resource for people. This would be me. This is in my Google Drive. This is in my link tree. This is the law. Title 8 USC 1158. That is your immigration law. If you want to look up 8 USC 1325, that's if you first time you come here illegally. 8 USC 1326 is it the second offense. 8 USC 1611 is whether or not an unauthorized immigrant can get access to federally funded benefits. If you don't know these laws, please stop quoting court cases, because the court case in itself is a judgment on a particular case referencing a particular thing. It does not change the existence of this law.
Yeah, but I like to contend against that.
What?
I understand what you're saying, which is completely correct. But they do determine what the interpretation of the law is.
For that case.
So basically,
yes.
Well, not just for that case, that birthright citizenship.
No,
example,
for that
case. For real defendants.
Listen to me. They are making that. So listen, they are deciding for that particular case. It does not change the law that is on the books. They are making a determination based on the facts of that case, the standing of those respondents, and they are making it based specifically on that. It does not change the law, and the law requires for asylum for you to be on U.S. soil, but it literally says what?
But courts don't change laws; they interpret laws.
I just said that.
So,
I don't know why you keep saying change.
So let me break it down for you another way, American. Did the court rule that the asylum law was unconstitutional? Yes or no?
Which asylum law? What are we talking
The
about?
only one we have.
Any asylum law, have they ruled that the asylum law was unconstitutional? No. Yes or no? Okay, that is how you know they were not interpreting the law. They were interpreting the policy and the specific case, right?
Yes.
They were talking about the case. They didn't nullify USC 8. If they did, then that would be an entire different conversation, because that would quote, and I'm broad stroking here, end asylum in the United States. All they did was talk about that specific case. What you are trying to do is you are trying to make an argument for the law itself and say that the Supreme Court ruled on that, and they did not.
Can I respond to this? The Supreme Court reached that it does not violate federal law in which the government turn back asylum seekers before they can reach the U.S.-Mexican border.
Right, correct. Because what does the asylum law state?
You have to be on U.S. soil.
In the United States to
but
claim
they can
asylum.
turn them back before ever reaching it.
But if they
That makes
never
sense.
reach the United States soil, then they are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Correct.
Meaning, if they never cross that line, they are not beholden to our policies and our rules. That is why asylum seekers literally have to break the law of crossing without papers, crossing at any point, so that they can then be eligible to claim asylum.
But in this case, the point I'm trying to make, I think there's something missing. The point I'm trying to make is that the government itself, based on this Supreme Court ruling, could have an impediment in the way. In this case, what you said was related to the Haitians, a Haitian surge. They stopped them. They turned them away before being able to reach U.S. soil or port of entry. And the Supreme Court says that, hey, it does not violate federal law, which means that if Trump decided that, hey, I want to do that tomorrow, he can do it because the court has already interpreted that action.
But that action doesn't have anything to do with the law. This was okay. So I don't think you get, and none of this, by the way, supports what the fuck you were claiming to start with. Right? The claim that you and Joel kind of made together was that Democrats are bringing immigrants here to replace the black vote. That was the claim that you made. And neither of you has been able to demonstrate anything that supports that claim. Like absolutely nothing, not a zilch. You cannot tie Democrats with bringing immigrants to this country.
Do they have at least past Obama, do they have the most lax immigration policies?
No, because we have the same fucking law. Immigration law doesn't change based on who's in office.
Well, the numbers are wrong.
The law is the same.
The numbers are wrong.
What numbers?
Okay, this is
Come on, let's be fair.
No, what's happening here, and I'm going to use my catchphrase. You are being a headline hoochie. You are not understanding what you are reading. The Obama immigration coalition, we'll call it that, followed the laws that were on the books. So much so that they call him the deporter in chief because they followed the laws.
Correct.
Trump got in,
Progressives.
decided that he wasn't going to follow the laws. He was just going to stop reporting the numbers, change the way you report the numbers, only count certain things, but have the headline that he's being tough on the borders, he's doing remain in Mexico, he's doing all these things to keep these vagrants out of our country. And you believed it. And then he caused what was a net negative, meaning we were deporting more people than we were accepting at the end of the Obama administration. And he created a border crisis before the Ponderosa.
Correct.
He created a shitstorm, right? And then y'all then got ginned up. It's the Republican strategy that was, I think it was Scuba Living. I can't remember who it was. It's break it, then blame it. You break the system, blame other people, and now you have to create a fix for whatever problem you Republicans/conservatives have broken. And now when Biden came in, Biden was not only given a border crisis caused by Trump, he was then inherited a Ponderosa. And then a government that had not been functioning for the last 4 years literally took 7 months to figure out where everything was, because that's how bad that administration was. And then he systematically, from day one, the first bill, and I'm not a Democrat, the first bill that Democrats put forward in Congress was an immigration bill. They then put forth, I believe, 7 more bills, including the Langford bill, which was the Republican bill to fix some of the holes in the immigration system that you're talking about. And Donald Trump literally told them not to vote for it, and they did not. And now here we are 2 years into this, year and some change into this administration, and they still have not tried to actually fix the holes that they identified as the issue. And you still want to blame Biden for following the laws, trying to actually fix the law and not do a post-it note, which was an executive action, which he had to do towards the end of his term because Republicans blocked finally the last-ditch attempt to actually fix the immigration system.
I love it. Keep going.
I'm coming.
Yes,
So-
talk facts.
Oh, no. So Anderson Cooper, CNN, he did an interview of Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, in July, and it was related to what she's talking about. In June of 2024, Biden used an executive order to restrict asylum seekers and so on.
And he got sued because it was illegal. He got sued because it was illegal.
So
And what happened in May? And that was in June. That was in June with executive action. What happened in May? What happened in May?
The numbers stayed down and they kept
No. In the legislative branch of the United States government, what happened in May?
Unless you're talking about,
The Langford
bill,
They
Langford
underlined the
bill.
Langford bill and voted it down.
Correct.
Yes.
So now,
And would you like to know why?
Yeah, I agree. I know why. Number one, it was about the quota, and one said
No, there was no quota. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to play a clip for you. And I love playing this fucking clip because it is literally Senator Langford himself,
Yeah.
the author of the bill, on Fox fucking News saying, no, my colleagues are getting it wrong. That is not what this bill says. There was no wait for 5,000, and it was the president that shut it down. Jesus.
So it eliminated discretion. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm gonna tell you exactly what it says because y'all are wild, and I don't understand why this is so difficult. Oh, he literally says, no, my Republican colleagues got this wrong. That is not what this bill said. They misrepresented it. And he literally said, the president, my colleagues were on board. The president said, shut this shit down. That's what he said. And then he said, the president has a campaign to run. My job is to do what needs to be done for the people when I have the opportunity to do it. And unfortunately, this got caught up into politics. That's literally what he said.
It's not unfortunately. It's understanding the executive branch. They execute whatever they want to. That's why in June,
No.
those restrictions,
Stop it.
and numbers can go
Stop
down.
it.
As my
Stop
president
it.
said, the
Stop
only
it.
difference is
Stop
that
it.
you
Because
have to do the
stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. The executive branch doesn't write fucking law. And the executive branch, while they can implement policy, when that policy is illegal, it gets challenged in court and it gets overturned. Just like it has gotten overturned repeatedly with this administration. The same way Joe Biden's administration got sued. And by the way, so did Barack Obama's. And the only reason those lawsuits weren't successful is because he was following the law. It was shitty law, but it was law.
Correct. Because like the Mullins case you're mentioning from this week, I agree with the ruling from the conservative justices because that literally is the law. You have to be on U.S. soil. You see, what they're trying to do is they're trying to, with some of these rulings, following the law, they know that in this polarized world nation that we live in, people are only going to see, they're denying people asylum. But they follow the law of how asylum was written, right? And so even the liberal justices in their dissent wasn't that this was breaking the law. They said that people were unalive, which what I agree with. But if you don't like the law, then Congress has to change said law. But otherwise, you have to follow it like it is. If you don't make it into the United States, as callous as that sounds, you aren't subject to our jurisdiction.
Correct.
And that's the way it is. If they have something stopping you from getting to the border, then unfortunately it's causing you to go to the coyotes or take a more treacherous route or do something that may unalive you to get to the United States. That's the way that inhumane law is written, but that is the law. And so people who are outraged at that ruling, they're gaslighting you because they didn't read the law.
So what I'm doing is I'm showing this because TikTok will get me if I play the video and it's not me. But now that you see it, this is who's talking. I'm getting ready to turn this damn thing around so TikTok can get out my face. And we're going to listen to what he says with regard to the border and the bill. And then Lioness, I'm going to get you in. Yes, baby. Yeah, they're sitting over there for you, honey. They're right there for you. All right. All right. So here we go.
Republican who had crafted together that bipartisan deal that looked like it could have removed any of this separate palace intrigue, but it never happened. The senator kind enough to join us. Senator, good to see you again.
Good to see you again as well.
You think about it, Senator, your work and working with others to come up with a plan to at least address some of these pressing issues at the border. It ultimately never happened. It had a good deal of support, but it didn't go anywhere. Bottom line, then the other issue with Mayorkas that didn't go anywhere. He's still staying in the job. So what's to stop me from thinking nothing changed?
Yeah, well, 5,800 plus yesterday crossed the border illegally. That continues to be day after day. The media has just looked away from what's happening at the border, but it continues to be chaotic. My issue has always been I'm going to work with anybody on either side of the aisle that's willing to be able to stop the chaos of the border. If we can negotiate a deal to actually get this done, we'll do it. The White House has things that they could do, they're choosing not to do. Congress has things that they could do, they're choosing not to do. And that leaves us with 5,800 people a day still crossing the border while everyone's pointing fingers at everybody. At the end of the day, we do have to solve this. This is a major national security risk. And yesterday's impeachment trial, which was painful to be able to see for the future of the Senate, was one more painful moment to say, if we're going to do something, let's do it. But yesterday was more drama than actually getting anything done because Schumer was unwilling to actually have a trial after we have an impeachment. And again, with 5,800 people crossing, including special interest aliens that are known terrorists, they continue to be able to come and we're not stopping it.
Do you think had they passed that measure, which would have at least put a ceiling on that sort of number, we wouldn't be looking at what we're looking at now, and we wouldn't have seen or pursuit of Mr. Mayorkas?
Well, I don't know if we wouldn't have had an impeachment vote or not. Obviously, the House still has major problems. There's a major issue with Mayorkas basically telling false information to the House. You've got all kinds of other areas where they've chosen not to enforce the law. Don't know whether the impeachment would have moved in the House, but we wouldn't have had 5,800 people illegally crossing the border yesterday. There's no way that would have happened. We'd had double the number of detention beds. We'd had double the number of deportation flights, a change in the asylum standard, a quick turnaround process that was in that bill. So, no, we would have had a much, much smaller number than what we had just yesterday.
I've raised this issue, Senator, with your colleague, John Barrasso, on where that finger pointing started, and more to the point, some of the expectations for President Biden to do something, the executive order. I'd like if you can sort of respond to this. If this president, by executive order, didn't do enough, and this measure wasn't enough, it's fair to say both parties dropped the ball on it.
Well, this president did 94 executive orders his first 100 days in office, throwing the border wide open, inviting people from all around the world to come here. Over 150 countries, many from communist China, are here. 20,000 this past year alone. This is a president who refuses to enforce the law and who has new
So now you're going to hear him
interpretations
specifically
of the
ask
law
about
to let
immigration.
more people in. The bill that was worked on in a bipartisan way would have said 5,000 a day. That is not good enough.
All right,
Listen.
that measure you referred to would still not have been good enough. What do you
Listen.
think?
Yeah, I get it. This common misnomer of the 5,000 a day, several of my colleagues have mentioned this. That's actually factually not true with it. The way the bill was set up is the very first person they came across would have been detained, quickly screened, and deported. So it was a very rapid turnaround from the very first person that came across the border. But it also did set up an extreme measure that if we have these large caravans and other folks that come in and we get 5,000, it takes away due process when you get to that number and they're just detained and deported.
So, wow, did you hear that? He said, no, that's actually a misnomer that my colleagues were saying. It wasn't 5,000. It actually was with one person. And then let me finish the clip.
So the first person detained, screened quickly, and deported. If you get to 5,000, they're just detained and deported. But it doesn't wait till 5,000 to do something. It did it at the very first moment. That was the great misnomer. What Senator Barrasso was saying in that, though, is actually correct, that this is not just a Mayorkas issue. This is a Biden issue because the State Department is no longer pushing people back to recalcitrant countries. The Department of Justice is no longer prosecuting folks ICE is no longer gathering folks up in the interior and deporting them, and DHS is no longer stopping people at the border. This is a whole of government effort to be able to advance the number of people coming in and not turning people around.
You're a real gentleman about this, and I know you're not trying to zing your colleagues, but it's your colleagues in your party, sir, who torpedoed this, who didn't get the facts right on what you just outlined was in that measure. They killed it. Ironically, not Democrats.
Not Democrats.
Right. It was, and it was painful to be able to watch it. It got stirred up in all the presidential politics, and several of my colleagues started looking for ways. After President Trump said, don't fix anything during the presidential election, it's the single biggest issue during the election. Don't resolve this. We'll resolve it next year. Quite a few of my colleagues backed up, looked for a reason to be able to shoot against it, and then.
Wow. Look at that. It was Republicans who shut it down,
Wow.
not Democrats.
Let's talk about it. I mean, I just wonder, because you make me feel as if there's legislation needed in order to fix this problem. I wonder, why isn't MAGA crying over the border crisis right now? I wonder, whether or not the daily, the monthly numbers are the same as they were in his last year as president, or whether or not that they're lower.
Well, you want to know why?
That's something that I wish you'd tell us.
Well, wait. First,
Actually,
I want you to answer that, Aaron. But before we do that, American, I would like for you to acknowledge that you were wrong. I'm going to say it nicely, and that number one, the 5,000, not a thing that you claimed, not a thing. Number two, yes, we're pivoting now. Yes, Parnell, that was the pivot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the thing that you claimed, not accurate. Not two versions. This is the Lankford bill, the final version. No.
Well, there was one that failed, right? Did that not happen? Did it happen or did it
So,
not happen?
no, the standalone immigration bill. What, Mila? Well, then get it. The standalone Lankford bill was not. Why?
It failed because of quotas.
No, it did not.
wow.
I just played 5.5 minutes telling you why the bill why the bill failed. And I played it from Senator Lankford himself, the author of the bill. One of the most conservative members in the Senate that we have. Just told you why the bill failed. Because the president said, don't pass the bill.
The bipartisan border security and immigration bill, negotiated by Senator Lankford, failed its first critical test in the U.S. Senate on February the 7th, 2024. She's talking about months later, in which they took out the addition. They tried to take out.
No, they didn't. No, do you know the only thing that changed? It wasn't a standalone bill. It was not a standalone bill.
So can you go and try to look to see whether or not there was quotas?
Can you go try and look to see? Because I already know it's the damn bill.
Because we already know what was taken out of the bill, why the Republicans voted for it in February. We know what they want to remove. Because what they removed, they then passed as a standalone bill and then did not pass the immigration bill, which was a clean bill. Because we actually read and know what's happening.
Yep. It did not pass back then because it was not a standalone bill. But when they separated that funding that they didn't want in it, it passed by itself. And then they still didn't pass the immigration bill because Donald Trump, the president for candidate at the time, did not want it passed. And literally, you just listened to one of the most conservative members of Congress tell you that. And it is wild. It's crazy work to me that you think you know more than the dude that was in the Senate who devised the damn bill and was there for the votes. It's wild to me that you think you know more than he does about why it didn't pass.
Center for Immigration Studies, in which they evaluate this bill and they talk about why people decided the Republicans went against it in the first try.
No, I'm not talking about the first try. Stop it. No. No and fucking no.
What you just said?
I just said no, and I mean it. No.
Oh, okay.
I said no, and I mean it. No. The bill failed. Its clean and final version when it was standalone because Trump did not want it to pass. Done.
Okay.
And the 5,000 a day was a misnomer and not true. Done.
Do we need it right now?
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, no. I'm saying, do we need the bill that?
So let me tell you what, I personally didn't like the bill. I personally did not like that bill. I believe that we do need immigration reform. I did not like that bill as the solution.
What does that look like to you? What does that look like to you?
And the reason why, and I agree with Dani, like I believe that it would have been a harsh correction, but it would have been something to stop the chatter. It would have harmed people.
Yes.
But at the same time, it was the only thing that we could agree on to get anything passed with immigration, because we don't have enough progressives in the Congress to actually get a humanitarian viewpoint to immigration passed and change the law. So yes, it was the Republican plan that would have passed, and Republicans said no to their own plan.
I'm going to do something crazy.
The Democrats supported it.
I'm going to do something crazy, which is I'll say that former Vice President Kamala Harris and Biden had one thing right related to Latin America, which is the belief that Latin America needs reinvested into.
Why are we pivoting again? Why are we? I don't understand. Why are we pivoting again?
Because she's saying that
because you do not want to concede the fact that it was Republicans. You do not want to concede the fact that it was not Democrats like what you just said.
Okay, so for political reasons, Republicans stopped the bill from going through. Okay, I'll give you that one.
No, you're not giving me anything. You're not giving me anything. Nope, you're not giving me anything.
It's true.
Yeah. So you can just say, I now agree with the facts. That's all you got to do. Because that's not giving me anything. I'm okay with facts.
I now agree that is a fact.
Great.
In regards to humanitarianism, she said that, hey, we need to make humanitarianism our priority for our country.
No, that's not what she said. She said that's not what she said. She literally said, no, that's not what she said. What she said is, because we do not have enough progressives in Congress to put in a humanitarian approach to immigration, this was the bill that we had. This was the bill that could get passed. This was the bill that Democrats supported because that was all that would get through, and it was Republicans that refused to pass it. She did not say that we need to make humanitarian efforts the focus of immigration. That's not what she said, and I won't let you lie on her.
Right. No, I'm talking about amnesty. What I'm talking about, let me clarify for you. I'm talking about amnesty. I'm talking about making dreamers have permanent United States citizenship in this country when they have been raised here. I'm talking about doing it without paying thousands and thousands of dollars, because how are we going to punish children for the acts of their parents?
Correct.
Most of these children came in here as minors, and now we are punishing them by trying to deport them and or making them pay thousands of dollars to become a United States citizen when they had no choice. That's what I mean by a humanitarian approach to our immigration.
Okay. They should be paying, again, a part of the social contract that some of us sign up to, that we believe that we're part of, is that our social welfare net is supposed to take care of Americans, right? When others start to become a part of that social network, that's when, safety net, that's when.
Oh, you mean when too many brown people are coming over and white supremacy is threatened? Because this is what I love about that talking point, right? Because we can actually learn by the head of the Heritage Foundation and his papers that he's written. When he became his doctorate and got his master's and whatnot.
100%.
He knew that the power of brown people, black people specifically, had to do with the matriarchs and had to do with community building. And what do? If you can divide the community If you can weaken the viewpoint of the matriarchs, especially in the Black communities,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of things become stagnant. So what happened back in the 1700s? Immigrants that were coming from Haiti and coming from all these different places were coming into the America, especially the South, and telling them how it is in other places, and actually revolutionizing it and having them do rebellions and getting together as a community to fight back. It was a threat to white supremacy, right? And anytime you have too many brown people of like minds working together, it threatens white supremacy. So that's when we start talking about quotas. That's when we start talking about assimilation. That's when we talk about our American values.
Mm-hmm.
Our American values are G-side: stealing, lying, plundering, raping, and unaliving. That is the American value. That is what we were founded upon.
No.
And when we talk about that, they're like, oh, you just hate America. No, I want people to see the whole unvarnished truth of America. The promise that we were taught we should have and how it's not living up to that. And then bring a humanistic, non-white supremacist viewpoint to actually looking at people for people, no matter who they love, no matter how they identify, no matter their culture, no matter where they come from, so that we can build society. But Wahite supremacists, Wahite males particularly, cis ones, don't want that, because then they would actually have to compete. And it's a threat to their storybook image of that they saved this country by enslaving Black people. And now being 2026, we want to enslave brown people and all these C camps all over the country. We want to deport and arrest nuns and teachers and children. And that is supposed to tell us that we're feeling safer because we have a 13-month-old almost unaliving in the Dilley Detention Center because they were a threat to national security.
Yep.
It's not fair how you paint American idealism.
So
you're acting as if
fair. Can you define fair for me? What does that mean exactly? What I would like for you to do is state for me, instead of saying it's not fair, what I would like for you to state for me one thing that Aaron just said that is not factually accurate. Because you can feel it's not fair all fucking day. But what I would like for you to do is I would like for you to state for me, what did Aaron just say? Any part of what she said that is not factually accurate.
Well, what it does.
Nope. What is factually not accurate?
I'm trying to explain what I mean by that it is not fair.
It doesn't matter to me what you mean. Hold on. It doesn't matter to me if what you...
Okay, let's go into it. There were people with ideals in the Constitutional Convention that cared about...
American, you're not answering the question.
But that's...
No, this is what's important. Listen to me. I do not care what you consider to be fair or not fair. The question that I am asking you is... name for me what Aaron just said, because you came off mute. Hold on, you just came off mute to say nope, right? So share with me what she said that is factually not accurate. What was this country founded on?
That American identity is G and all that other stuff.
So you're telling me the United States of America was not founded on G side? Yes or no?
I am not going to...
Was the United States of America founded on G side?
Did it occur? Yes, it occurred.
Let me ask you a different way. Could the founding of America have taken place if they had not committed a G side?
Rome had been an empire.
Nope and no. Did the United States of America commit a G-side in order to take a land and become and found itself? Yes or no?
But that was a
no, not that. Yes or no?
it's not.
There's no but. It's yes.
He just
There
said
is
was
a
a vision of people, and what was that vision? To clear out ancestral lands, to enslave the people that were here, to make them build their societies, give them infested blankets and unalive, rape their women, and then when they fought back, you labeled them as savages, excuse my language,
Yep.
because they were protecting what was theirs. The same way if someone was to come into your house today and try to attack and steal your stuff, you're going to protect what is yours. But they're wrong for doing that.
And could we just can we just also say not only did they steal the land, they literally stole the Constitution.
Yeah.
Literally, the Constitution of the United States of America is based off the Constitution of indigenous Native Americans in this country. Just so y'all get that. That's why it says a more perfect union, is because he said, surely, sorry, Dugald, I'm going to get you in here. He said, surely, if these quote unquote savages can have such a perfect union, surely we could create, us white folk, us superior white folks, surely we could create an even more perfect union. That's exactly what the fuck they said.
Shut up. Respectfully, I did not put two and two together. More perfect. Oh,
A more perfect union. Yes, ma'am.
oh, you just blew my mind.
That's exactly what he said. He said, surely if they can make this shit, we can make an even more perfect one.
The white people are a monolith. All of those people are horrible.
So
people.
I'm
They
talking
don't care
specifically about the United States of America, American.
They are to America.
I am talking about the United States of America. And you came off mute and you said nope. And the fact is, we are a country that is founded upon, rooted in the acts of G-side. We absolutely have the diaries. We have the letters written from the Brits asking for infected fucking blankets to give to Native Americans, which, by the way, had they not given the assistance to the Europeans who weren't even smart enough to arrive here at the right fucking time of year, thought they were coming in spring, got here in the winter, would have froze to death if it wasn't for the grace and the kindness and the compassion and the humanitarianism of those people, wouldn't even be here. They couldn't even fucking navigate, and they weren't even smart enough to send people who were bricklayers and builders and agriculturalists. No, they sent fucking aristocrats and bureaucrats and wondered why they didn't know what the fuck to do with the earth. Let's don't send the folks that can actually build. That's why they needed black and brown people to do the work, because they sent white folk that couldn't do it. The fuck out of here with that.
I just don't understand why we're disassociating ourselves from American history and we're acting.
I didn't disassociate myself from anything. There's not a thing that I said that disassociated myself from anything.
Well, you're viewing America as this horrible, cheap place.
I am viewing the United States of America based off the actions it committed. If you do not want to be judged by the things that you do, don't fucking do them.
Can I ask this?
Hold on one second, American. Do go.
Is American, are you white?
No.
Okay. That even
I mean, you can answer it, American, but I say no.
Well, that's even scarier if you're not, because first of all, I came up to tell what Dani actually just told you about. We stole a little bit from the Roman Republic as far as representation goes, how we form representation. That's where the democracy part comes from. But the Republic part comes from the Iroquois Confederacy. We stole our exact structure from a confederacy that already existed, and they existed mostly in part to band together against us because we were colonizing them. We as white people were colonizing them. Nobody else was doing that. Black people were enslaved, and the Native Americans were obviously considered savages and were being fought against. That's why they banded together. That's where that confederacy even came from. Like, to deny that, and what you're saying is that why we have to focus on the bad and not the good, it's because the bad is still hurting us today. if we're not willing to admit our faults, admit our problems, and deal with those, they are never going to change. You can't ignore problems. You have to deal with them. Sitting here saying we need to focus on the positive is bullshit when the positive is out or is laid upon death, destruction, and mistakes. You can't say let's move on and look at the positive when the positive is covered in blood.
And when the things that cause the negative still exist in the infrastructure and systems in society that we have today. The same thoughts, the same racism, the same sexism, the same ableism, the same, all of that shit, that the same manifest destiny, all of that still exists within our society, our infrastructures, our systems, and our Congress right now. And if it didn't, we would not be doing the things that we are doing right now. And we are.
Mind you, all of that came by a papal decree, by the Doomed Verses. All of this started because the Pope of the time, I think it was Pope Nicholas, wrote Doomed Verses of an actual declaration from the church sanctioning the enslavement of other people. And guess what happened?
But guess why?
Took that shit, ran with it.
Why did the Pope say yes, y'all? So listen, these two explorers had already figured out that black people were worth more than selling the seal pelts, right? But they weren't sure that the Catholic Church was going to be okay with it, because they needed to sell this stuff in order to pay their debt to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is the reason that we ended up with a whole ass transatlantic slave trade. Okay, if y'all don't know this history, y'all should have been here last Friday. Every Friday we read Michael Harriot's Black AF history. It's called Black as Fuck Fridays, by the way, y'all. And so here's how they represented it to the Catholic Church. They said, well, listen, these black folk, these black Africans, they need to be saved from their religion, right? Of these horrible people. And so we need to baptize them. And as long as they baptize them along the way, then we can absolutely kidnap and sell and enslave Africans. That's how the fuck we got here, is because of the Catholic Church.
They use the same excuses for the Catholic Church for the black people as they did when they got here to all the Native Americans. Same shit, same excuses. They're savages. They're unclean. They're unholy, ungodly, whatever.
Let's be fair. That's to talk of our variants throughout Western history. The belief that the people, the outsiders, are these things, these negative things. So you're trying to act as if this is
barbarians across whole countries and continents. White people have been the barbarians. Nobody else.
So, American, let me just ask, because you never answered. I answered for you. Sorry, Dugald. So, do you mind sharing your racial makeup, your racial identity?
Yes, I am black.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was pretty sure. And if specifically your FBA, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. So listen, I know a hotep before. Listen, you can smell Umar Johnson's ass a mile away. This is just the new 2026 version, which, by the way, this shit was brought about by Steve Bannon and fucking Richard Spencer. Dumbass shit.
Wait, what is this that we're talking about?
Just what I just said.
I
didn't mince my words at all. I did not mince my words at all.
To Umar, so I don't know what you're talking. I don't subscribe to Umar. What are you talking
Umar's
about?
not FBA. He's pro-black.
I know. No, I'm just talking about that whole. It's that, yes, he is pro-black. However, what I'm referring to is that whole hotep mindset that has now. This is just a different version of it that has been fueled by, and if I'm not mistaken, like propped up by Steve Bannon and Richard Spencer.
And how do you know that to be true? Because Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson are all on board with this movement, which is scared the fuck out of you if you are truly FBA.
Correct.
Why do these white supremacists have something in common with me?
Exactly.
Why are they trying to uplift my movement?
So what ideas are so bad, right? Because I don't understand this profiling of, what an FBA is and these ideas that are so bad for Black people in general in America. I don't understand what is so bad.
Okay, well, I will
Besides
share with
this
you my
immigration
experience of FBAs. And this is why I keep telling y'all, if y'all don't all want to be grouped the same way, then I would say get y'all people together, because the FBAs that I have encountered in this space and across this app repeatedly are individuals who either didn't vote at all in the last election, are telling are dividing the Black vote, like literally right now. And I'm not gonna say need therapy, Ramona, but maybe. But I'm just saying what I see is information and positions and ideology that creates division within the Black community, that promotes how can I say this?
Division.
It does. It literally FBA on this app is being used to do the work of the colonizer.
Yes. 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100%.
You're not Black enough. What kind of Black are you?
Girl, listen, the other day I had a guy on my panel, Aaron, I'm not kidding you. He came up here, you're not Black, you're biracial. I mean, had a whole fucking crash out. And I said, nigga, I know, Ninja, sorry, TikTok. Ninja, I know I'm biracial. I tell y'all that every day. But you want to fall into the colorism thing. Go ahead and perpetuate that colonizer bullshit. Because that is exactly what has been happening since the beginning of time. Period.
So my take on this is, being an FBA, growing up, even as an adult, you hear people say, for example, that they are, the Ira-relites people, that group of people. When I hear stuff like that, I just like, it's just crazy talking. So I think a part of every group of people, there are crazy people that just say ridiculous things. But at the same time, what has to be acknowledged is that everyone deserves to have their own culture, their own viewpoint, their own political perspective. And not all of our political goals are the same. You're not going to go to Asians or Japanese, Chinese, and so on and tell them that they have to vote or look the same way as, as another group of Asians. You'll say, hey, you be yourself. So I don't understand dividing and splitting. No, everyone should be going for their own. You said dividing and splitting the vote.
Well, because you are.
But when you vote for, we shouldn't be like, I'll give you a little bit of leeway, because I agree.
You're better than me.
How to vote. However, if the vote is for a white supremacist who says they're going to attack the Black community, absolutely people should be telling you how to vote if you're thinking about voting for that person. Absolutely.
Here's my thing. If your ass is looking at the possibilities, and the possibilities are Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, and you are uncertain of who to vote for, someone should absolutely be telling you who the fuck to vote for, because that should be crystal clear.
No, regardless of what you think and believe, the civil rights movement was for people to choose to vote whichever way that they wanted to vote, not the way.
Exactly. And the thing about it is this, American, yes, it was. And what we would hope for, and maybe this is too much, but what we would hope is for you to not be so focused on yourself, on voting for who makes you feel warm and fuzzy, instead of voting on, and which, by the way, let me ask you this, because this is the shit I hear all the time. So share this with me, American. Because what I hear y'all say is, we ain't voting for Democrats. I have to put on this sound right here because this is how y'all sound in my head. Even though you try to sound like this, you sound like this in my head. So we ain't voting for no damn Democrats until we get reparations, as if the Democratic Party alone could, in and of itself, give Black people reparations. Y'all act like it is not going to require Republicans to give you reparations, and y'all act like Republicans couldn't have already given your ass fucking reparations. And then you act like by not voting for Democrats, things aren't going to get worse for your Black ass in this country under these Republicans.
Okay, so can we both agree that social media amplifies ideas and beliefs that just might not really be widespread? Like you're talking to like a subset of people. You probably let's say you talk to 10, 3 of them said whatever you're saying, right?
So what are you saying?
I'm just trying to say it's not a monolith. I have parents.
I hear you a headline hoochie and get ginned up on headlines instead of actually doing the research. I don't know, like all your PowerPoints, all your things on your link tree, all the reading that we have done to actually know what the policies are, the impact, disparate impact of those policies. He's saying, do you do those research or do you get upset like he does by watching TV? That's what he's at.
This is what. So for me, I am I'm a supporter, a promoter of self-determination, right? I'm not looking for all those extra things. Let's be fair. There are people that are not looking for all those extra things. They might be looking for normalcy, or they just simply might be looking for the economy to get better. Me being from Indiana, there's a big difference between being there with Barack Obama and being there with Donald Trump. Did we see people in Indiana, this is why you can see a little trend, people in Indiana felt life get a little bit better with Trump. You can't discount a lot of the things that had to do with our governor going out, and trying to get jobs to come to our state. But you can't discount the experience of people and say that, oh, you're just voting for this racist, horrible person, which I do not believe, simply because you're just stupid and you haven't done any research.
Okay, so here's what I would like to know, American specifically. Can you give me 3 concrete things in Indiana that have gotten better? Specifically, I need concrete things.
With manufacturing, and we're just talking about baseline pay.
What about manufacturing? What has happened in manufacturing?
So we started to see a boom in surrounding areas, especially in surrounding metropolitan Indianapolis. You can see that in many different cities surrounding it.
A boom in what way?
We're talking about simply manufacturing jobs and also wages itself.
Okay, so let's talk about those. Hold on.
We lost 20,000 manufacturing jobs last month alone and have shed tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs.
We're talking about a state. We're not talking about a country.
No, but
even in Indiana, you have shed thousands of manufacturing jobs since the tariffs have taken place. The farms are unaliving. Indiana farmers are signed up for that farm aid bill once it passed that he just requested because self-determination has, guess what? White farmers have always gotten subsidies from the government. That's how they've actually been able to farm. That's why Black farmers aren't tripping over the tariffs and the cutback of all these farm aid programs, because Black farmers actually have been self-determined. They actually have been doing it because because they've been systematically cut out. It wasn't until the Biden administration, in that Glickson case, that $2 billion settlement, that actually put to the forefront how Black and minority farmers have been cut out of all these subsidies programs. And then the guy you voted for said, and fix the system. And then the guy you voted for said, no, we're going to go back to the way it was in the 1800s, actually put all those barriers back in place. So again, you need to read deeper than what you are because you don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Exactly.
Aaron, I appreciate you. I love you pieces. You know that. Dani, I'm going to have to drop it. I want to say this before I do because I'm live in like 3 minutes. First and foremost, I have news for you. Any Black person who votes Republican, I don't care what you think, what you feel. I was raised by these people, white people. I am white. They don't like you. They don't.
Ridiculous.
And you can say that all you want, my guy, but I grew up in the South under white MAGA conservative people, Catholics, all of them, thousands of people I know from where I grew up, and none of them like Black people. They'll tell you to their face that they love you, but they hate y'all. So if you can sit there and pretend like supporting Republicans is helpful to you, but it's not. Eventually it's going to land you back in chains. I promise you that. All right, y'all. Bye.
Appreciate you, Dugald. So if I could find, I would like to, can you tell me, American, under the Biden-Harris administration, what were the investments that happened in Indiana specifically?
I can't tell you the investments that happened in Indiana related to Joe Biden.
Why not? Did you not care about what was happening in Indiana under the Biden-Harris administration?
So for me, I was against the infrastructure bill the American Rescue Plan.
But that's not what I asked you.
No, well, a lot of those investments came from those things, right? Especially the bailouts.
But it
right?
doesn't matter what they came from, even if you were against a particular bill, right? Even if you were against a particular bill, if it invested in your state, right? And it brought something about, would you not want to know that it was in your state and brought something about?
I didn't view it as being effective. I didn't feel as if things were actually really.
But I didn't ask about what you felt. I'm asking like specifically, because here's the thing. So like for me, I'm going to give you an example. I'm a veteran. Okay. Service connected disabled veteran. Okay. So under Barack Obama, okay, he signed the Choice Act, right? And it was a good thing to give veterans access for when things are backed up and we can't get what we need and we need to go outside the VA system. Okay. Under the Trump administration. Yeah, babe. Yes, ma'am, I can. He did the Mission Act. Or did I do it vice versa? Anyway, VA Mission Act of 2018. That was done under the Trump administration. I don't like Donald Trump as a person or a president. I don't support many of the things that he does because they cause harm. What I can also do, say, acknowledge, and name for you, right? An act that he did that was beneficial for veterans, okay? Now, the best act that was done for veterans that that did the most for veterans was actually under the Biden administration. He did the PACT Act. And appreciate you for becoming a super fan. So he did the PACT Act, which was the best for veterans. But under 3 different presidents of 2 different political parties, whether I like the president, their pilot or not, I can still name the thing that was done that was beneficial to me. So my question for you is, as someone who is in Indiana, touting for you the things in Indiana that have done so great in the last 12 months, 18 months, right? When I'm asking you to do the same thing for benefits that came under other administrations for your state, can you share with me why that's not something you can do?
So thank you for stating tangible things that you actually experience or you even have the opportunity or resources to one, right? So you talked about your class because you're a veteran or whatever that might be associated with you. Me being whatever class I am in the economic ladder, there's not been anything that I've been able to feel as a result of that administration, right? All I'm saying.
Look at God. I just said, look at God. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Can I point out again that you are using the word feel again? What you haven't been able to feel. And I'm not asking you about what you have been able to feel. I'm specifically asking what has actually been invested in and brought about for Indiana under the Biden-Harris administration. That's what I'm asking.
But this is the thing. They could build a chip factory, for example, in Indiana. I won't feel that. That's
but I didn't. So you're telling me that you only care about what you feel directly. Is that what you're saying?
That's most people. That's most people.
No, that's not, but I'm not talking to most people. I'm talking to you. So let me be clear. So that means under the Biden-Harris administration, right? When he was able to bring inflation back down to what was it? 2.9%. So
month to month.
What?
Month to month inflation rate.
So
annual inflation rate.
Overall
inflation rate.
Right.
Okay.
And when he was able to bring that all the way down from what was it, Aaron? 9 because of 9%. It was 9% because of C-19. I'm coming, girl. So you're telling me that you, in whatever tax bracket you're in, you didn't feel the difference between 9% inflation and 2.9% inflation. Let me help the baby. I'll be right back.
Okay, I got it. Go ahead.
Now we have another economic issue.
No, answer what she talks about.
But there are us who view inflation from the perspective of 2016, 2014, the older that you are.
Let me just pause real quick before you go on. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. My clients are actual billionaires. My clients on the Forbes richest list, several of them. So when you're talking, I work in finance and I dabble in a little bit of other stuff because my job encompasses a lot. So when you're talking about numbers, inflation, economy, who feels what and what they do, I want you to know that you are talking to someone who literally, even my billionaire clients, cut back on their spending when the economy became shaky. And they still spend a hell of a lot of money. My people spend like $1 million a month, right? So before you try to grandstand and say that a thousandaire does not feel the effects of inflation, do not lie on this panel.
Thank you.
So
Go ahead.
Let's be fair. The reference point. So one of the things when you hear
You like fair and feelings a whole lot.
No, but when you hear the commentators and so on talking about inflation, they keep telling
Stop
people
watching
that,
TV.
hey,
That's no problem.
No,
Everything is headlines to you.
darn it. Can I finish the sentence? They keep repeating to viewers that, hey, what the prices of yesterday will never be today, because the reference point of a lot of people is before that C thing occurred. That's why I'm trying to say my reference point. And I feel like, so when you say like 20 cent, 30 cent, 40 cent, it's not that big of a deal, because it still doesn't reach that pre-pandemic rate.
So this is the question that I'm asking you, and I'm going to ask because I missed it. So are you trying to tell me that you did not feel the difference between 9% and 2.9% inflation? Is that what you are claiming?
I'm saying because of hyperinflation and the reference point created by hyperinflation, the effect was not as big as it could have been. If that makes sense. Like right now.
No, I'm just asking a real simple question. So you're telling me you couldn't feel the difference? That's what I'm asking.
It's not. So because you have inflation, you have shrinkflation, both happening at the same time.
No, I'm asking you because I'm gonna tell you now. When we went to my family reunion in 2022, and we paid $5.50 per gallon in gas and all kind of other shit. I could feel it. And no matter the cost of chips, no matter how many people, no matter how many chips was in the bag, like I could feel the damn difference, right? And so I could feel that. And so I'm asking you, are you literally trying to, because this tells me a lot, and I'm just going to be real frank. This tells me a lot about you, because if you are not able to address and admit and say directly, yes, there is a difference between what we experienced in 2020, and the end of Joe Biden's term, then you're just being disingenuous.
Well, so number one, the gasoline prices were about the same as it was during Barack Obama. Bullshit.
Stop it. Nope. That tells me you don't know anything about the OPEC deal. It tells me you don't know anything about the crash of 2018. Stop it.
Did you listen to me?
Stop. No, because you're still not answering the damn question. Yes or no, did you feel the difference between 9% and 2.9% inflation? Yes or no?
Okay, a 7%. Okay.
Yes or no?
I could feel it a little bit. Let's say that. I could feel it a little bit, but I don't think that it was statistically significant.
So you don't think cutting inflation by 2/3 is a lot?
Because it depends on who you are.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I mean, let's be fair.
I can't, bro. I can't, bro. I can't. I can't.
Is it not true?
Listen,
Versus process.
I am literally, I am, listen, I'm not, because you are, you don't want to admit the most direct, easy of things. And
and
the problem that you are running up against is that you are talking to two incredibly informed, incredibly educated, fact-based individuals who will not let you pivot, who will not be gaslit, and who are going to stay on topic and deal with facts. And that's the problem that you are having in this entire conversation.
So you may have 6 people in your family, and I just might be the only one.
It does not matter.
One person. It does matter.
It does not matter. Whether I am buying for 5 or for 1, I can still know the difference in the cost of the thing that I'm buying.
And let me give you the flip side. As someone who is single, I use my money. I travel the world. I travel. You can always catch me on a plane, right? But I am always gone. I have yet to go on an international trip. And I'm not talking about all-inclusive. I'm not shaming all-inclusive. I'm not talking all-inclusive. I'm talking, I say the 4 seasons. I say the same regions. I say the one and only. I stay at very, very luxe properties when I travel. I have yet to go on an international flight this year because the cost of plane tickets are incredibly high. The cost of living has gone up so much that I'm being financially responsible and making sure that I am actually putting more money toward actually getting people elected this year. But I'm also making sure that I am putting stuff away for the fallout that's coming. Now, even though, knock on glass, God, currently, I'm able to go and buy groceries and get to the food bank and do all the things that I want to do, and it has not affected my bottom dollar, I am doing everything less. And I have no one to answer for except for me. So for you to grandstand, if you have a family and you're saying that none of these prices affect you and all of this stuff is BS. It's BS. Because even if it hasn't fallen out yet, if you are fiscally responsible, you can look and see the bottom line. You can see that it now takes $75 to fill up your car instead of $50. You can now see that $200 you spend on groceries for the month is now $300. You can see that the packages are getting smaller. You can see everything has gone up around you. And for you to try to grandstand and gaslight us like you are so aloof that you don't see this. And like I said, my clients who are literal billionaires with a B, multi times over, are cutting back on their expenses, but you're saying that you're not?
Because, all right, let me just say this. I spend $90 a week on groceries. I'm just trying to say, like, I went from 60 to 90. Okay, I'm just saying that because of things that I've already established.
Okay, so hold on a second. So hold on. Can I say this, that I don't care if the $90 doesn't hurt your pocketbook. What you are saying is that your grocery bill increased by 1/3.
Correct.
And if it did that for you, it did that for everyone else. And while you may be in a position that doesn't devastate you, that's on you. That is not the same for everyone else. And so let me just, and while we're going to do this, I just want to be clear about a couple of different things. Since you don't seem to know, I'm going to share with you how Indiana fared. Okay. So under the Biden-Harris administration, and let me just ask this question. If you never went to invest.gov under the Biden-Harris administration, please put a 1 in the chat. If you never went to invest.gov and went to your state's page, put a 1 in the chat for me. If you don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, put a 1 in the chat for me. See, this is what they should have run on, Aaron. Dear God, this is what they should have ran on.
Yep.
So let me just be clear. I'm going to give you an overview. Okay. Under the Biden-Harris administration, $2.5 billion worth of student debt was canceled for 52,590 people in Indiana. $2.5 billion, 52,590 people in Indiana had their student loans forgiven. There was $39.7 billion with a B in private sector manufacturing and clean energy investments under the Biden-Harris administration. $11.4 billion in public investments in clean energy, infrastructure, and manufacturing under the Biden-Harris administration. The Biden-Harris administration also had, Eli Lilly invested $9 billion in its Boone County manufacturing site, which would increase up to 900 jobs plus an additional $1.2 billion to update an existing manufacturing plant in Indianapolis. The company also teamed up with the Indianapolis Tech Hub, supported by the President's CHIPS and Science Act that you did not support, to expand scholarship opportunities, workforce training programs for careers in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Skywater signed up to build a $1.8 billion semiconductor R&D, research and development, and manufacturing facility through a public-private partnership with the state of Indiana and Purdue University. The project expects to create, the project expects to create 750 new permanent jobs. No, those are fake, Linda. Samsung and Stellantis, $2.5 billion electric vehicle battery factory in Kokomo, Indiana, expected to create 1,400 jobs. Fort Wayne International, like I could keep going. There's whole three different pages on here specifically for Indiana. And the thing that is absolutely that is wild to me is that people talk so much shit about what did not happen, but they do not make the slightest bit of effort to find out exactly what did happen for their state. It is now archived under, so listen, when a president leaves the office, hold on, y'all, I'm going to help you. Listen, when a president leaves office, they actually archive that existing website, if you did not know that. What I will do for you, and I believe it's already there, but in my link tree is a link to the archived Biden-Harris website that lists it was invest.gov. It's not there anymore.
Well, you can go to invest.gov.wayback.com.
Yep.
To access the Wayback machine.
But I literally have it here.
Right now, look at it.
I'm putting this in right now. Hold on a second. I'm putting this into my link tree as we speak. It is bidenwhitehouse.archives.gov/invest/state fact sheets. That's where I'm at. I've linked it for you. It's in my link tree. My link tree is in my bio section on all my pages. But this is the difference, folks, when we talk about knowing. And so this is the problem that I have with your language, American, is your language is a bunch of feelings and fairness. My language is facts. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat and I'm not a Republican, but I do like facts, because no matter how I feel about something, facts actually do matter. Because what I understand is that when things happen in the world, I am one piece of this huge, ginormous world that exists. And just because I don't feel the benefit of a particular thing doesn't mean that particular thing should not be recognized, should not be celebrated, should not be told to people, and is not relevant and important. And that is the difference when you actually participate in society, in the social contract that you were just talking about. You were talking about signing up to participate in a social contract, but you don't. You participated in it as to how it fits you. You're not participating in a social contract with the rest of us. Your contract is for you. And that is the difference.
I don't believe that facts are just numbers, right? There are people who migrated, for example, to Indiana, to Northwest Indiana, and they migrated 40, 50 years later. Their descendants migrated to the metropolitan area because of the manufacturing boom in Indiana. So it just makes it, that's our feeling, right? We saw higher wages, that's our feeling. Those things are valid, those things happen, right? You're just trying to say because of the numbers, they didn't happen. They did happen. We felt that, we experienced, that's empirical
Why
data.
are you talking about we?
You may not be able to see it, but it's empirical data.
Why are you talking about we? Who are you speaking for right now?
Well,
watch this. Let me show you this. How many of you guys in my chat right now live in Indiana? Out of the 500 and some odd people that are in TikTok right now, how many of you all live in Indiana? I know B Action is in here and was in. So I got 1, 2, 3. So if you live in Indiana and your life is better today because of the actions of President Trump, please put a red heart in the chat. If they are not better today because of the Trump administration, please put a black heart in the chat.
And where do you live?
Nope. Well, I'm talking about the whole ass state of Indiana. Shh. I'm watching the chat because you're not the only person that matters. And I care about all of Indiana.
That's wild.
I know, it is wild to care about a whole ass state. Ain't that something? It's even wilder to care about a whole ass world. I don't know about you, Aaron, but I ain't seen a red heart yet.
Nope. But you know what I find even ironic? And he's like, that's why I like numbers. Because numbers don't lie, people do. Now, you can't twist numbers. They are what they are. And then you can either fix it or you can be or do whatever with the numbers. He mentioned moving down to the boom, the industrial boom in Indiana. I had to look that up, and I'm using Google. This is Google. I used the Google. I said, did the manufacturing boom in Indiana happen because of federal funding? And it pulls from the Indiana University Bloomberg, who actually wrote a big article about this. And it says, yes, federal funding has been a major catalyst, but it's only part of the story. The recent manufacturing boom in Indiana is a hybrid result of federal policy, aggressive state tax incentives, and private sector adaptation to new technology. By the way, none of this is self-determination. All of this is government. And it specifically mentions the Chips and Science Act, which he was against.
Yep.
It mentions the Inflation Reduction Act, which he is against. And it includes, tax cuts from the government. So the manufacturing boom that he is saying is so great came from Joe Biden. From Joe Biden and the damn Democrats. And none of it is self-determination. When you are against the Inflation Reduction Act and all this government spending, guess what? Most of that government spending went to hire contractors who were entrepreneurs and their businesses to build, to do whatever the government needed them to do. And so you want self-determination, but when a contract goes to people who are entrepreneurs, who are literally having their own business, you don't like the government spending. You want people to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, even though boots don't have straps. You're doing doublespeak. And it does not make sense because no one, I hear you, no one has made it on their own. You need resources. You need capital. You need workers. Even if you say, well, I'm a business owner and I took out the loan, guess what? You got a loan from somebody. And if you fail, you can wipe that debt away. You did not do it on your own.
Yes.
Only thing that you can probably say that to is the athletes. Because it's their body. They did it on their own, and people paid them for their body.
Mila, come here and stop, please. I can tell when it's a fake cry.
Yeah.
Listen, Aaron, I swear she's going to get me an EGOT one day. You watch. That's my EGOT winner right there.
I love it.
Just listen. You'll hear it. Come here. What is it? How? Are you hurt somewhere? Are you hurt somewhere? Okay. Okay, let me see. Go tell her to come here. Bella, come here.
Now, can you give an example, American, of someone you look up to who did it on their own without anybody's help, anybody's money, anybody's resources? They made it all on their own. Can you give me an example of that?
That's not my definition of self-determination, but I can't find anyone of that.
Okay, what's your definition of self-determination?
My definition is being able to do things despite of whatever conditions that are surrounding you. There are realities that we cannot deny, right? Racism, it exists somewhere. It may not be as prevalent or widespread as people say, but it still exists. Right? But it's becoming great doing good despite of those factors.
And so if I'm understanding, the reason why you voted for Trump was because you wanted people to go back to where the government and the federal government did not have any oversight, so that you could do whatever you want without limitations, right?
I really don't understand small government. Yeah.
But
Okay,
he voted for Trump?
government-
I missed that. Did you vote for Trump, American?
Yeah. Wait, we've been
Okay.
I told you in the beginning.
Listen, I must have blocked that out. It was self-preservation. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, can you give me a time in history where small government was ever beneficial for Black people? Go.
I don't.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
But I know that it has benefited,
And answer my question, please. I'm asking a very specific question.
Well,
I'm not talking about brown people. I'm not talking about white people. I'm asking you specifically. Give me a time in history where small government has benefited Black people.
No. We don't have enough history.
We got 200 years.
I can go back to the 1800s and Black progressive Republicans. I can go back to Reconstruction. Because remember when states' rights was all the rage in the 1865 movement, right? And then it led to this thing called 61, it led to this thing called the Civil War. And then the Union soldiers came down and they had to literally force white people to see Black people as people and to stop enslaving us. And then Black people for that next 12 years had the Reconstruction era. And they had the Union soldiers watching over to make sure that the states were actually giving us our rights and leaving us alone. And that is when we built Rosewood and Tulsa and Willard and Seneca Village and Lanier and all these places. And then after those 12 years, the federal government left, back to small government, and we had Jim Crow for the next 100 years until the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Aaron, can I tell you something wild? Hold on a second, American. Let me tell you something. So, Aaron, the weekend, Juneteenth weekend, right? I was doing some more ancestry work, right? And do you know what I was able to find?
What?
My great, so third great grandfather. So during this period that you're talking about, so when they used the Reconstruction Acts and they divided the South, the Confederate States, into those 5 different military districts. And the military districts ensured that they ratified the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, that all men 21 and older signed the oath book. And then they were also put into the return of qualified registered voters, right? Do you know that I have the name of my third great grandfather in the books for the return of qualified registered voters?
Real? That is so cool.
I found it from 1867. I'm looking because I just had it on my, wait, let me see if I can find it. So this is the return. Oops, hold on. So this is none of y'all knows these folks, but this is the return of qualified registered voters. And so I was able to trace it all the way back. And in the oath book, it actually tells me what page of the oath book he's on for that state. And then it tells me what his voter registration number is. And this goes all the way back to this county. And it tells me what election district it is. And in 1867.
Oh, wow. That is so cool.
It's pretty amazing to see. I was in tears.
I don't understand why people have an issue with you. I don't get it.
What are you talking about?
Earlier you said, related to being biracial.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why anyone would have because I don't have an issue with you.
You'd have to ask the other FBA folk.
Are you TikTok FBA or official FBA.com FBA? Which one are you?
Well, I'm just I don't know this movement. I'm myself. These are my ideas. These are my beliefs, right? But I'm just trying to say that I don't view as being any different as a person or a cultural background. I don't have that viewpoint.
So are you okay? So are you FBA like poof? We was here, Black people in America FBA, or are you like descendants of the descendants of slave? We built this nation FBA. Which one are you?
Well, so I think it's undeniable that enslaved people built the United States of America, and immigrants came along and helped to make it what it is today. Everybody played their role.
Again, which one are you?
So the FBA folk that I've run into say they are FBA because they can trace their lineage back before 1865, which I don't even know what that means because the first transatlantic slave trade folks got here in 1619. So I don't even know. Do you know, Aaron?
Well, okay. So according to official FBA.com, they came with the Spaniards, the Portuguese in 1562. They came here, and then them and the indigenous people got the fisticuffs with the Portuguese and overthrew that settlement. The Portuguese ran to South America, and then they married into the indigenous people, and that's what official FBA.com says of the 1500s. Then they all became slaves, and then that's why they're foundational, but they still were brought over by slaves. Now, as slaves, at some point,
right.
1500, 1600. Now, TikTok FBA is poof, Black people in America.
I can find 1865, y'all.
Right, exactly. We's here. And I'm like, boy, if y'all been here this whole time, why you let these white people take y'all over?
Right.
Why did where is the FBA landmark? Like, where is y'all settlement? Where can I find where y'all are from, right? Because if y'all say y'all are from South Carolina and Georgia, nah, baby, that was a slave colony. Y'all are not FBA. And if you are FBA and you're asking for reparations, how are you asking for reparations when you not from Africa? You was from here, so you are American. You're not part of the slave trade.
And you should have pulled yourself up by your bootstraps.
Right, exactly.
So you're talking about people, the Black people that believe that they are Native American. They're the real Native Americans or the real Israel people, whatever that is.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's about 3 or 4 different factions. there's about 3 different 4 factions.
Well, I don't know those people. Whatever.
So for you, what is the definition of FBA for you? Because for me, I'm just gonna be honest. I call FBA fuckery before accuracy. But
so for me, I live within my identity. I am the descendant of my people who migrated from the South. That's my identity. I don't know what FBA is. I've heard of it, but I don't like it.
But when I asked you, you said yes.
Well, so I am according to the term, which means that I am not the child or connected to an immigrant from Africa within probably the last 80 years. That's how I would define what that is for my definition. But
have you ever done a DNA test?
I've not only done that, but I've met
so what's
over
your
100 years
worth of. Does your haplogroup say that you got people from this soil? Because there's different haplogroups. Like when you do a DNA test, if you got the Africanness at some point in your DNA, there's a lot of it. You're not indigenous, because if you're indigenous, like foundationally from America as a Black person, you would actually have more indigenous people, Native American in you, and then there's a little bit of a Negro. So what did your results say?
So what I'm gonna say is that my family has met at least 100 years, or for about 3 generations of people. So that from early 1900, late 1880. So I don't view I don't have this discrepancy about my Americanness, if that makes sense. And my DNA report shows, me have been connected to those who come from the southern region of the United States.
So then you was a descendant of slave. If they're okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me break it down. Okay. If you can trace your lineage to the southern states of the United States, your people came over on ships and were slaves. They were not foundationally Black. They were brought from somewhere. You are from somewhere in Africa. And then at some point, your great granny or granddaddy was brought over. And then they were brought over by the colonizers to America. And that is where your lineage in America started. Now, if you're doing a play on words that because it's like 5 grades, you're foundationally American, yes, I get that. Because don't tell me I'm from Africa, I'm from here. I get that. But calling yourself FBA, that is a very toxic thing because some people call them pretendians, where you pretend that you were Black people here in America. That did not happen, and you are erasing. You're doing the colonization of erasing the indigenous people that were here. Like for instance, let me tell you a little bit about me. Right on my mama's side, I can trace my maternal grandmother back to the Methodists in the 1700s, the white folks, because great. To the white folks that actually threw like fundraisers for Lincoln on my mama's side. On my daddy's side, I have Cherokee, and then they also intermarried into Cherokee on my mama's side from South Carolina. And so I've got white, Cherokee, and Negro on my mama's side. On my daddy's side, I have my great-great-great-grandmother, and I have a picture on my phone, oil painting. There's a white lady named Alice from Ireland. And my great-great-great-granddaddy was from Charleston area, was indigenous, and then married into and then they had babies. And then my great-great-grandfather was biracial, white Irish, indigenous, and then he married a Black lady. But and of course I'm all Black, so Black is already in there. So I got all that in there. Now with me knowing all of this, tracing back to the 1700s, yes, I am 100% American, but I am not a foundational Black American. Black folks built this nation, but I be darned if I am going to trample upon the history of the indigenous people that went through the same atrocities, if not sometimes worse, for a longer period of time, recorded time, than the bigger Black part of me, because I respect everyone's right to who they are and their history. When you say you are FBA, you are erasing someone so that you can put yourself ahead of everyone else, and that is wrong.
I kind of can understand what you're saying. What my comment earlier was just, whether or not I have been in contact with someone over at least 100 years of my ancestry. So yes, I have. So I can for sure say that my grandmother was here, and my great grandmother was here. Not my great grandmother, but my great grandmother was here in 1910. I know that occurred, right? And I've done research to see my people being in the United States prior to that. We really don't care about all of this terminology. Identity is my identity, whatever your identity. So when she talked about, I found this 1860 this report, and my great whoever grandfather was a part of it, that's something in which I relate to. I'm not going to discount her experience, her existence of being Black in America in order to pursue a wild agenda.
Well, see, but it would be great if you actually believe that. You're just saying that, and this is why I say what I said just now. Because you're saying that you don't care about that, but yet, as a Black man in this country, you vote for policies that actually go against the Black community. You actually are fighting on the side of the people who probably gave your grandmother in 1910 hell because of being Black, who made sure that she knew that she was a second-class citizen. You in 2024 and 2026 are voting alongside those oppressors that literally treated her like shit because you're trying to assimilate to be like them. And that is what is so harmful, especially in our community, because we have believed the lies and the hype of white supremacy to where we vote against our people, our community, fixing the material conditions that have been kept a lot of us who have not been able to escape that yet, because there are things that I, knock on glass, will never experience and don't want to experience. But I can always lead and vote with empathy and understanding that systems need to be fixed that are keeping people in perpetual cycles of poverty without a way of getting out. And then using the law and using the government locally to literally enslave people in the penal incarceration system. And I can understand that there is a lot of trauma, a lot of things that need to be unpacked, but I will never vote against things that can help the most vulnerable in this nation, knowing that I'm a Black American. And that is where the disconnect is coming for me. Because all day up here, you have been othering other types of Black and brownness. Need to keep those people out. That we need to make sure that we keep only a certain amount of people in. You're speaking the colonizer's language loudly and proudly. And just one generation ago, you were the one that those laws were against.
Yeah, but I don't think that the conversations that we're having is really much different from those that many, philosophical Black Americans were having time ago. Right. So, and Booker T. Washington, as an example,
was a sellout. He was a confused sellout. He was He was a confused biracial sellout who actually secretly helped the Black people, but out loud voted and worked alongside the colonizers and told us, do not get an education. Go out there in them fields and be the best farmer you can and be the best slave that you can. So please. Be very mindful when you're using tokenized Black people to further the University.
I just think that it's not fair. Tuskegee University, the investment and trades, I think those are something that was necessary because a lot of Black people, again, at that point, those are the skills that they had. And just simply say, use whatever you have to get to whatever position that you need to be in. And then you have people that didn't like it. You had W.E.B. Du Bois, who focused much more on an academic perspective. So but the point I'm trying to make is that you have two Black great thinkers with two different ways to solve the problem. They don't believe
what did Booker T. Washington say towards the end of his life?
What was his
viewpoint? He renounced. He absolutely was more like W.E.B. Du Bois. He actually said, and it's on record, stating that his be the best worker that you can was wrong. That he absolutely should have been uplifting the Black community and giving power and not perpetuating the white man's language about demonizing the Black people. That's what he said towards the end of his life once he saw the error of his ways.
But that's retrospectively from a child of slavery, right? So again, those are things that's within his limited thought of how people should be. He's like, hey, this is what we have. They're not letting us into institutions. These are the experiences. We know the quality of education that was available, right? And that there wasn't an equal opportunity, until over 100 years later.
Do you know why? Do you know why there wasn't an equal education? Because it goes back to your small government. Because you know that the public education system was actually started by I call them the Wagoneers, that's not their official name, the Freedmen's back during Reconstruction. And they actually educated poor, Black and white, did not matter if you were poor, they educated, taught you how to read. And they started what is now the modern day public school system. And then when them federales left and the states took back over, they took the Black people out, took all of their lessons and their organization of how they put that together, officially created the public school system, and then put Black folks in a less than subpar learning environment. And they did that until 1965 when LBJ came in and the Civil Rights Movement, and they actually started addressing the systematic issues, but it's never been truly addressed because we keep having Republicans defund schools. We have schools that are tied to property taxes, and we have legalized redlining, but under a different name when it comes to loans and home values, because that's how we get funding for our schools. And now we have people voting for Donald Trump, who was dismantling the Department of Education, which is the second department in our United States government that makes sure that civil rights are not violated.
And that's the thing that, just to piggyback off of that, if people, this is one of the things that I wish people understood. The Department of Education was created specifically to protect the civil rights of the people, of students and teachers. And with this administration taking funding from the Department of Education, putting it to the Department of Labor, listen, you need to understand exactly the goal of these folks and the type of country. They have a very clear vision on the country that they desire to create. Your black ass has a successful corporate, whatever it is you do, it ain't part of that, unless you are willing to just Clarence Thomas it and Stephen from Django it. Like, that's it. And people need to really understand and wake up to that knowledge. If I could just bring it all the way back around, I give zero fucks as to whether or not people like the Democratic Party. I don't love the Democratic Party. What I understand more than anything else right now in this moment is that in the primaries, I will vote for the most progressive, whatever that makes my heart sing. And when it comes to that damn general election, I will pick whatever Democrat progressive is in the slot that can beat that damn GOP, period. Because what I will not do is allow the GOP to keep control of Congress. That is the one branch of government that has the ability to check both of the other two branches. And it is literally the time period that we are talking about, that 1967, 1968 time period, demonstrates for us why the Congress is so powerful, why having Congress is so important, why we must do this. Because y'all, they challenged the Reconstruction Acts, just so you don't know. Let me ask you this, American. Do you know that the 13th Amendment that exists today was not the very first amendment that was passed and being ratified to be the 13th Amendment? Do you know that?
No.
Okay, so I want you all to write down Corwin Amendment. Corwin. The Corwin Amendment. That was that was going to be the 13th Amendment had shit not popped off in Charleston, South Carolina. The southern states had already begun seceding. South Carolina leading the way because they said, damn it, you're not giving me my black folk back. Just to be clear, they outlined it in this agreement as to why they were seceding. And here's what they said, and I'm just paraphrasing. They said, listen, before we joined this here union, we told you we needed to keep our enslaved folk. And we told you that, and you agreed that if they escaped from here and they got to your land, they couldn't just be free in your land because they belonged to us and you was going to give them back. And for a while, y'all did that shit. And now y'all are not giving them back. And y'all even have made your own laws that say you don't have to give them back. And listen, we told y'all, if this was so important to us that if you had not agreed, we would have never joined the union. That's what the South said, y'all, just in case you missed it.
Yep.
And so that was the justification. So the Corwin Amendment was drafted up by Corwin, a representative from Ohio. And he drafted that agreement as it was supposed to be something to appease the southern states, to keep the southern states from seceding. And what they agreed to was to allow the southern states to keep enslaving black and brown people for fucking ever. It was an amendment that said the federal government would have never intervened on our behalf. Never. And just new states could not have enslaved folks. That is what it said. It passed Congress. Lincoln supported it. Everybody supported it. And it was actually ratified by 4 states before the Civil Rights War broke out. When Civil War broke out, that is what stopped the ratification of that amendment. And it was only get your ass out of here. And it was only after the South lost. Congress then passed the next 13th Amendment, which was like a compromise again. It said, listen, y'all black asses can be free, but only in only if you don't commit a crime, and then we'll just make up some crimes. But that's beside the point, right? And then they did the Reconstruction Acts. And I want you all to think about something. Without the Reconstruction Acts, the South would not have ratified the 13th Amendment. They would not have ratified the 14th Amendment. It would not be a thing. This country has never, and I want to be clear when I say this country has never operated in the best interest of Black and brown people in this country, Black Americans in this country, for us. It has always, and it has only come as a result of what we have made them do. There's a great book, and I keep saying this, Power Concedes Nothing Without Demand. But let me tell y'all something. Did y'all know that the Reconstruction Acts were actually challenged in court? They were. They were challenged in court. It was a court case called the McCardle case. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. They were hearing the arguments because the South, the Confederate states, were claiming that Reconstruction Acts were that they were unconstitutional. And guess what Congress did? Congress said, y'all about to fuck us all up. We're going to fail before we even get really started. Okay? And so Congress passed legislation. They changed the jurisdiction. They changed the type of cases the Supreme Court could hear. And it took that court case out of their jurisdiction before they could rule on it. That is how it happened. If you do not understand the importance of Congress, I don't care. Don't sit around. Oh, so we're supposed to believe. I'm not asking you to believe a single person in Congress. I'm not asking you to put your hopes and faith and dreams in nothing. I am telling you to vote in your best interest based on the best facts, the best information that you have, and then hold their fucking feet to the fire and demand that they do what they need to do for us. That's what I'm telling you to do. Y'all want to expect from politicians what you can't expect from the people you date. Real talk, right? Y'all up here married to the same person for 20 years. Don't know who you're married to because they don't know them damn selves. And you think you're supposed to know a politician. Get out of here. No, you can't. Lobbying is one part of the problem, Pat. And there's a solution for that as well. What were you going to say, American?
Well, I think that populism is taking over. So I do hope that you do have a progressive candidate. But I think at least on the right side that we've allowed populism to to be a part of our party. But I do think right now what we're kind of experiencing in Congress is old Republicans. I don't really think that it's necessarily MAGA. A lot of the problems that you guys talk about, healthcare and so on, these are conversations that MAGA is having as well.
So, that hurt my head.
These are old Republicans that are, running the party. I think that's the perspective of many people who are in MAGA. A lot of the things that are happening is against populism.
So populism, even though we can go back to George Wallace, this was really modern day Scooter Libby and George Bush W. When it was red versus blue. Like in the South, people are literally taught if you vote Democrat, you're voting for the devil. True talk, right? But name one thing conservatism has actually given to America. Give me one policy that has made something better for the lives of American citizens that was conservative.
Conservatism isn't meant. I think the issue with it is that conservative isn't meant to the type of impact that liberalism is meant to have. Liberalism is much more direct. So when you talk to me about impact, the things I'm going to mention are things that it does for businesses and capitalism versus things that it actually does for the individual.
Pause right there. Give me one economic boom that has happened under conservative policies. Go.
Economic boom, conservative policies.
Yes.
You had Ronald Reagan during times of stagflation. It led to an economic boom.
You saw a giant ballooning of the debt. You saw again. See, you're only, and this is why when I say that there's two Americans. Ronald Reagan one was detrimental to the Black community. absolutely detrimental.
Sure.
Not only did he allow and purposely, started with Nixon, kept it on with up until Reagan, allow rugs to go into black neighborhoods. He perpetuated the Southern strategy. He perpetuated the stereotype of the welfare queen when that was a white woman. A white woman was doing that. But he paraded a black woman as the face of the welfare queen. And then you saw black unemployment skyrocket. There was no economic boom for black folks under conservative policies. You saw businesses who were getting all the tax breaks because remember, he closed the tax loopholes from the 1940s that built the middle class. He then closed those loopholes so that businesses can then get government tax breaks, get government subsidies. They can make money. They can pay their workers less. They started not getting benefits to people. So how was that an economic boom for society when you're only looking at the business owners that were doing well?
Yeah. I guess so. American, how do you feel about your vote today? And how do you feel about the upcoming midterms?
Wait, what about now? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I said, how do you feel about your vote now? And how do you feel about the midterms and how you are planning to vote in the upcoming elections?
So I'll be very, very clear. I view myself as being independent. Have I accepted becoming a part of, whatever this MAGA thing is? Kind of, but I view myself as being independent. I have not liked a lot of the things that have happened in recent. So I don't feel as great about it, but I'm not at the point of regret. I would have never chosen the other option personally, myself. With the midterms, I'm expecting a blue wave, and to be very fair, I really don't.
You can put this in. Hey, put this on the counter, please.
I don't know how to explain it, but I kind of really want to. I'm kind of like I'm under Trump fatigue a bit. I kind of want to move on to another person. So I really I'm looking forward to the next election because I think that the things he's been doing of late, devaluing people who believe in him, whatever that, and saying, for example, I am MAGA and all that other stuff, that touches me in a different way. So yeah.
So when you say you consider yourself to be MAGA, what does that mean?
So I view myself as being independent, to be fair. I voted for Barack Obama in my first election. I voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary, and before I even voted for Donald Trump. So of course, I share some progressive ideals and values, but I forgot what your question.
I asked you because you said you had accepted the fact that you're MAGA.
Oh,
that's what you said.
Principles. I think.
What are the principles? What do you believe the principles of MAGA are?
I will say that this populism, because I think that Trump is a populist. I think all the indicators show it. I think that this populism is.
What indicators? What indicators?
The indicators, such as him bringing people together, such as him being able to lead a fight against that establishment. The Republicans, they chose whoever they wanted to choose, but the people still voted different because they went against the ideals of the party.
Wait, but okay. So here's what I'm confused about when you say that. You say that Trump is a populist. Okay. So can you share with me how his policies represent working class Americans?
And so this is the thing regarding his policies. His policies, as I was saying, they are rooted, and his populism is rooted in fear, right? So you have working class people that feel as if they're being left. No, they feel as if their industries are being left behind.
But I didn't ask how he manipulates people. I didn't ask that, because what you're describing to me, when you describe how people are feeling.
Visceral.
What you're explaining to me is how he manipulates based on people's emotions. What I am asking you is, what political policies does the Trump administration have that work for the benefit of the populace, population, like the majority of the working class?
Populism is majority of filling.
No,
right?
it's not.
So
No,
like
it's not.
when you talk about farmers feeling left behind in the 1890s, right? Leading the movement of populism, you have working class people.
That's not what it
They
is.
don't have labor protections. These are feelings that drove change. That makes sense.
Okay, if you're going to be a populist, so
Patriotism.
He shits on our veterans.
he does shit on us repeatedly.
Shits on our
But
veterans.
that's according to you.
No, I'm a fucking veteran. He shits on veterans. And every veteran I know agrees. Every veteran I know agrees. He literally right now has gutted the VA. He is working to privatize our health care. It is absolutely a fucking fact that he shits on veterans.
And he has great support amongst the military.
I give a good damn. I said I'm talking about veterans. And as one, I will speak pretty fucking emphatically about what his policies have done at the VA. Pretty fucking emphatically. Just to be clear. And those aren't my feelings.
So I will say this from experience. I do have a grandfather who's a veteran, and he did see his benefits get cut drastically after even receiving the service, right? So I get what you're saying. I completely understand. But there are many veterans who support.
But I guess you don't mind because economically you take care of your granddaddy, right? Since you got it like that.
No.
Oh, financially, you can take care of your granddaddy because you ain't feeling that $90 a week in groceries. You're good then, right?
It's a difference. He's not a dependent. That's a conversation.
But he has to be a legal dependent for you to take care of your granddaddy?
Well, he would need for me to be. You need to do things for yourself. Pick yourself up. I mean,
Your granddaddy needs to pick himself up by his bootstraps.
He's lived on. For him, he has enough to take care of.
Your granddaddy needs to pick himself up by his bootstraps.
Believe me.
Boy, you wilding out. You wilding out. Somebody, you did not get sent to the damn bush to pick a switch often enough.
He wasn't young as a kid. His mama didn't feed him. He had to do it all by his damn self. Because everything that he said, everything that he said up here is, I'm gonna get mine. Screw you. You figure it out on your own. And I'm going to do whatever I can to screw you out of whatever you need so I can get more.
What do I need? Right.
And then he wants us to, but so in his defense, he is upholding the American value system.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. And that's why he loves this administration.
Wow.
That's why, because he sees himself in their values.
But yet talks about being black. Black has always been about community.
100%.
Even in our most fractured state, it has always been about the community and the village.
100%.
It's about when something happens, we rally. If we see that there's an opening or someone's in distress, we come and we help.
Yep.
Right? That GoFundMe's were actually the idea of that came from Black folks crowdsourcing and helping each other out. They learn how to monetize on that stuff.
Yep.
But somehow he says that he's a black man in America voting for, talking about that you want people to do it on your own, but you're voting for systems that put barriers in place. You're voting for and said, well, I'm disappointed, but the man told you he was taking you back to the 1960s and before. He actually said 1798. And as a black man in America, you didn't say, wait a minute, how were black folks doing back then?
How are they treated?
Flags went off. But you could never vote for the other side that actually had stuff for old people, stuff for young people, stuff for business owners, stuff for from home buyers, stuff for immigration. She had an economic policy plan for everybody.
For everybody. Mm-hmm.
But usually I could never vote for the other side. And what did Donald Trump run on? Hatred. He didn't give you a policy. He gave you drill, baby, drill, and closed the borders, and racial profiling. And you're like, yep, sign me up.
Right.
So I think the host made a great point in the beginning. I forgot what we were talking about. She's like, that's how we should have ran the election. It is not the voters' fault that the person that you chose to represent you, your party, your voices, your viewpoint, could not articulate themselves.
No, that's not even accurate. So let me be clear. Americans, stop it. Listen to me. Let me tell you how fucked up. Listen, no, I'm not doing that. And I'm going to tell you why. Let me tell you why I'm not doing that. Okay. That man has been running for office for a decade. Donald Trump has been campaigning for 10 years. This woman ran for office for 107 days and almost whipped that ass. He could still only beat her by 1.5%. If you are running for office for a decade and I almost get your ass in just 177 days, and I'm a woman, and I'm black, and I'm the daughter of an immigrant, and on all of that, you ain't shit. Done. I am not. Listen, nope, I'm not. Hold on one moment. Put a pin. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Tell Mila I said that if she hits again, timeout is happening. So listen, I'm not doing that. In any way, shape, or form, I'm not doing that. And listen, don't y'all do no damn election conspiracy shit in my chat and get my live in trouble. Don't do that. Don't do election bullshit in my chat. Don't do it. It is what it is. The numbers are the numbers. He's the president, so technically she lost, period. I don't care about your speculation. Now, I'm going to be clear about this. When I say what the party should have run on, I am talking about political strategy and what politicians and political parties need to be focused on, right? So what I am not saying is, oh, she couldn't do whatever. Fuck that. That's not a thing. I can and I will talk about this old raggedy ass media. I will do that. I can and I will talk about these old raggedy. I mean, seriously, he had the richest man in the world running lotteries to get people to motherfucking vote, and he still barely did it. Don't tell me what she could or shouldn't have done. This was a system that worked diligently against her, and a lot of things that were outside of her control. And there was a standard that was set for her that was not set for a single candidate before her. The perfection that you all demanded from that black woman was never laid at the feet of a fucking man, black or otherwise. Y'all thought this black woman was supposed to solve every fucking problem created by men before she ever got into office. The fuck out of my face with that.
No.
Yes. Y'all thought she was supposed to have the right answer for Gaza, even though that shit was done by people that didn't have nothing to do with her for the longest time. Y'all thought she was supposed to have the answer for housing. Didn't matter what happened in the markets. Y'all thought she was supposed to be able to change the border. It didn't matter that she already got $8 billion of investment in the Northern Triangle. Y'all thought she was supposed to be able to fix fucking education. Y'all thought this black woman, before she ever was in office, was supposed to fix every fucking thing. And what's wild to me is the whole time she was in Congress, it was men that blocked everything she tried to do. As a member of Congress, when she tried to go after and fix black maternal mortality rates, it was men that blocked her. That was men. And so you know what she did as the vice president? She rolled out a whole blueprint about maternal health in 2022. Did more as VP than any other fucking VP. The only thing she didn't do that other VPs did was get our ass in war, like Dick Cheney and everybody else. I'm so tired. Hold on. I am just like, the misogyny for me is through the roof, and I'm so tired of it. Appreciate you, Penny. Y'all put her in the most unrealistic position ever. She got an old white man in office that's her fucking boss, so to speak, that they don't want her to outshine or make look bad.
Yeah.
Right? She got all of them meeting behind, making offices. She got all of Congress, left and right, financing fucking Israel. Left and right, Democrats and Republicans, just throwing a check at Bibi so he can go kill more Palestinians. She says there needs to be a two-state solution and he needs to stop doing this, but it's not enough because she didn't say it the way people wanted her to say it. She didn't say it loud enough the way people wanted her to say it. She didn't do whatever. Then she's supposed to be, so listen, we're supposed to be the great with this melting pot, but damn it, she's married to a white man who's a Jew, so fuck her. Y'all, now listen, black men, y'all best athletes can marry white women and y'all are so good with it, but how dare that black woman? How dare that beautiful light-skinned black woman marry a white man? Y'all got a fucking problem with that. Y'all are crazy. The double standard is just it's just outlandish. It's crazy.
It's crazy. You blame everybody.
It is crazy. It's crazy. And I'm going to say it again. The racism, the misogyny is too much. It is why women are coming to take the entire fuck over. And it is why when we do, we will sit you the fuck down and show you how it's done. It is why we have developed plans. It is why we are challenging primaries. It is why we are winning. It is why we are messaging. It is why we are rallying. This is why we are getting y'all together. This is why we are calling them in. This is why. And for those who don't hear the call, sit the fuck outside and be cold. Because we're not waiting on y'all. We don't have no time for selfish ass people only thinking about themselves. Not at all. This is Big Mama's house. Everybody plays a part. You either get your ass in the kitchen or you go get some plates and some ice or you sit the fuck down. But you're not coming in here with no bullshit no more. And everything that you have said since you got on this panel has been bullshit. And you know it. I don't care how high tootin' falutin' it sounds. You can quote some court cases. None of it is rooted in facts and reality for the entirety of the world or the country. None.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's just real talk.
Hillary Clinton won the popular vote.
Why are you? No, I'm not talking about Hillary's ass. I am not talking about Hillary. Did you hear me? Because if Hillary had done what Hillary needed to do, she would have never married Bill. She'd have let his class cutting, half-ass sleep, sleeping around, philandering ass. She'd have let Bill go all the fuck wherever she was. And Hillary, who was already on the cover of Time or People magazine, who was the leading politician, she would have been the first fucking woman president had she not buried Bill Clinton. We're not talking about Hillary today. Women always end up taking a back seat trying to fix y'all shit. We're not fixing y'all no more. We are coming and running. You hear me? We are coming and we are running it. Hear me when I say this. We are coming and we are running it. We are choosing not to have any more of your babies in a world that doesn't want to take care of our babies. We are choosing to not elect you anymore if you don't want to create school systems to educate our children. We are choosing not to put our lives at risk to have more of your children so that you can put us to work for your fucking rich people. We are choosing ourselves and we are choosing our children. From this day forward, do you hear me when I tell you? It will never be the same. We will be under babied like a motherfucker with bears in the woods before we let y'all continue to take us down this damn road. We're not doing it. But nothing. Nope. Nope. I didn't ask for a response. It's not a response. I didn't ask you a question. There's no, I don't need a response. Aaron?
Listen, I'm just letting it digest because yes to all of that, but meanwhile you have a man, a con man, Don the Con, who cheated on his first wife with his second wife with his third wife with a corn star. 5 babies, 3 baby mamas, lives in government housing, has filed bankruptcy more times than I can count, defrauding. I mean, like you saw his financial records that came out, literally stealing from the American people. And you're upset because Kamala laughed?
Right. Miss me with it. We are going to be laughing. We are 100% going to be laughing. And we are going to be laughing in our whole women's circles. We sure are. You watch and see. You watch and see. When there's a woman in the White House, when there's a woman attorney general, when Lena Khan takes her ass back to the fucking FTC and cleans house.
Yes.
You just wait. It is coming. And that's what they're scared of. It is coming.
Because this debate is it's the great picture of what it's like truly in America. You have a male, thinks he knows everything,
and knows
gets
nothing.
all of his talking points from television, has not read anything, does not know policy, knows talking points,
Headlines.
and will not concede to points, just pivot to another point once he's lost that argument, instead of admitting that he was wrong, except for the one time he did. Doesn't know anything. You and I are literally educating for free up here.
For real.
Literally on everything. We know we're not Googling, we're not looking stuff up. I did Google one thing. Looking things up, it's because we have learned, we have read, we know the actual policies and what actually transpired. And he still is trying to shit on progressives in the Democratic Party as a black man in America, when conservatism has never helped black people. Even if you go back to the 1800s, black progressive Republicans who were instrumental in the Reconstruction period, they were for federal oversight and entrepreneurship. So I'm with them when it's federal oversight, massive investment into black businesses, entrepreneurship, and the federal protection of civil rights and voting rights. I am for that. That is still not conservative. When you are conservative, you want to restrict. You want to uphold traditional systems. What traditional system in America are you trying to uphold? It can't be Christianity because they added all that stuff in the 50s.
Law and order.
You voted for a felon.
Yeah, don't talk about law and order. You don't even mean that shit. I just want to know, do you get paid? American, what do you do for a living? What do you do?
That's my business, but law and
That's
order
your business? Listen, you don't know shit about law and order. You didn't even know fucking immigration law. Don't sit up here and act like you know law and order.
Am I in the immigration
You came up here talking about immigration and don't know immigration law. Hush.
Oh, because you started
Hush.
30 minutes.
Hush, because you don't know.
Okay.
You don't know.
Because she asked you to tell you what it is. And he's like,
I'm not an immigration lawyer. I'm a layman.
I'm not an immigration lawyer either.
And yeah.
But if I'm going to take my ass on this whole ass internet and I want to have a conversation about immigration and I'm going to claim that I know, especially up here quoting court cases like you understand them and you don't,
Right.
I am not fooling with you.
I do understand that.
You clearly didn't.
No.
Earlier when we talked, it's a fact that now they could create an impediment to stop people from coming to the border.
No,
And you-
agreed to that, but then you put it somewhere else.
And this is how we know you're a headline hoochie.
Yep.
Because no, we did not. It reinforced the law that's already on the books, stating that they do not, if someone shows up at the border,
Policy.
excuse me, no, because what the Mullins case said was if someone shows up at the border and they have not crossed over, that they can be turned around.
Yes.
They do not have to accept asylum claims because the
They are
law
not
says
here.
you have to be in the United States to legally claim asylum. And you, Mr. Headline Hoochie, thought that they did something because you don't know the law.
Yes, they did.
But you're up. No, they did not. Because
Come on, please
even
go
if you
read the
read
decision, please.
even if you read the liberal justice's dissent, their dissent was this is going to cause people to be unalived. They did not say that this was a misinterpretation of the law. They did not use any legalese. They use a humanitarian approach to their.
Stop interrupting her. Hold on a second. American, listen to me. Stop taking yourself off mute to interject a word here and a word there and being disrespectful. Don't do that. On your best day in your next 3,000 fucking lives, you could not dare to know what Aaron knows.
Supremacy.
And what I'm going to tell you really quick, you damn right now, she is superior to you in her knowledge of immigration and immigration law. 100%. She is superior to her and to you in your knowledge. Yes, 100%. As a human being, you are equal. But in your knowledge of immigration law, she is superior. 100%. So if you recognize that, get out a fucking pen and paper or whip out your pad and start taking some damn notes. And maybe you'll learn something. And maybe you'll learn something. And maybe you will learn something. What is it, Mila? Come here. Because ain't nothing wrong with you. What is it? Well, there's nothing wrong. Fake crying doesn't get my attention. Well, then just get one. Pretend to be crying. Stop.
What?
Listen, we cry when we actually hurt.
Right. But you can always tell those who get their talk. Like, you can always tell a TV watcher from a reader.
Yes.
Because when you're a TV watcher, you have the talking points. But if you're a reader, you read with understanding and critical thinking. That's why when I was a tutor, I did not let my students use digital books. They had to have a physical book. Because of the difference between a physical book, you keeping the pages and you reading and finding things than it is when you're on a digital Kindle or whatever. They hated me for it, but their mother's like, how did you do this? I'm like, physical stuff actually helps you remember things.
Okay, do you want to here? You can have a whole sentence, American. I'll give you 2 whole sentences. What do you want to say?
No, I'm talking about prior, but yeah, let her keep going.
You don't have 2 sentences now?
No, I was talking about prior, what just happened prior. It's okay, let her keep going.
I mean, you can have 2. Aaron, you cool with him having 2 sentences?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go.
No, it's okay. I said she hasn't written the concurrence related to it. It gives them the ability to, again, create those impediments, right? It just says simply that the policy follows law. That's all I said. You're trying to act as if I'm saying that somehow it created a new law. No, I just said that it enables them to be able to enforce. And then we talked about the issues related to asylum people.
Okay.
When you're painting, you're like, oh, he doesn't know anything. When you're like, oh, what is this? What is this? I say, hey, I don't know this. You let me know.
You act like there's not any gates or barriers at embassies or at the border that prevent me have checkpoints before you get to the border.
There always have been.
Something new.
Yes, there's nothing new.
Anything new.
There have always impediments. They are not allowed to do anything new that they were not allowed to do before. They could do what they're doing right now and have because it is in accordance with the law. It didn't create anything new for them to do because it upheld the same law that already existed. And that's the part that you are missing. You are acting as if the Supreme Court has now made this decision that allows this administration to do something regarding immigration that it could never do before. And that is not accurate.
No. So what I'm trying to say is that based on how things were going in the past, Trump comes in and he does these executive orders. You have challenges to policies that have been put in place even before, he was, in his first term or even before his first term that were challenged. And I'm saying that these things that are happening within the Supreme Court, a lot of them are reinforcing things that keeps our border stable. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, you said they could now. You said, oh, well, now they can stop people before they come to the border.
That's true.
And this is what I'm telling you. So this is what I'm telling you. There is no now. There is no now. There is no now. The law, immigration law, has existed for over 50 years. There's been nothing new created by this damn decision. Nothing. Everything that could be done today could have been done when Barack Obama was in office, when Bill Clinton was in office, when Bush was in office. Same thing. Nothing has changed because Congress hasn't passed any new immigration law.
Because Congress doesn't need to pass immigration law.
How did we get laws passed in this country? Who writes laws for this country?
Well, they start on committees, but Congress doesn't need to pass a law for immigration.
Okay, Lord Jesus, help me, Father.
They start on committees. they come out.
Okay, I'm gonna go. You know, maybe we need just a bill. Maybe that needs to be the next education.
Here, hold on. I got you, because I am here. I am here to help. Hold on. I'm here to help 100%. Bug Steel, give me 1 minute and then I got you. Okay. So listen, because y'all will never ever say we not here for you. We are here for this whole ass education we giving you. We are here. Y'all ready? Whoops. Let me find. Here we go. So I'm going to play it loud because y'all know TikTok will get me if I.
Woo, you sure got to climb a lot of steps to get to this Capitol building here in Washington. Well, I wonder who that sad little scrap of paper is.
I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. Well, it's a long, long journey to the capital city. It's a long, long wait while I'm sitting in committee. But I know I'll be a law someday. At least I hope and pray that I will. But today I am still just a bill.
Gee, Bill, you certainly have a lot of patience and courage.
Well, I got this far. When I started, I wasn't even a bill. I was just an idea. Some folks back home decided they wanted a law passed, so they called their local congressman, and he said, "You're right, there ought to be a law." Then he sat down and wrote me out and introduced me to Congress, and I became a bill. And I'll remain a bill until they decide to make me a law. I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. And I got as far as Capitol Hill. Well, now I'm stuck in committee, and I'll sit here and wait while a few key congressmen discuss and debate whether they should let me be a law. I hope and pray that they will. But today I am still just a bill.
Listen to those congressmen arguing. Is all that discussion and debate about you?
Yeah, I'm one of the lucky ones. Most bills never even get this far. I hope they decide to report on me favorably, otherwise I may die.
Die?
Yeah, die in committee. Oh, but it looks like I'm going to live. Now I go to the House of Representatives and they vote on me.
If they vote yes, what happens?
Then I go to the Senate and the whole thing starts all over again.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. And if they vote for me on Capitol Hill, well, then I'm off to the White House where I'll wait in a line with a lot of other bills for the president to sign. And if he signs me, then I'll be a law. How I hope and pray that he will. But today I am still just a bill.
You mean even if the whole Congress says you should be a law, the president can still say no?
Yes, that's called a veto. If the president vetoes me, I have to go back to Congress and they vote on me again, and by that time you're so
By
old.
that time, it's very unlikely that you become a law. It's not easy to become a law, is it?
No, but how I hope and pray that I will. But today I am still just a bill.
He signed your bill. Now you're a law.
Oh, yes.
That's how laws are created. That is how laws are created.
Completely disingenuous. Completely.
So
1 billion percent.
according to you, the committee passes the bill, the passes laws, correct?
So what?
Because I thought growing up watching C-SPAN, there was a vote on the floor in the House. The House of Republicans will vote to see if they had enough to pass it, and then it goes to the Senate, and then the Senate passes it or makes adjustments. Sometimes it goes back to the House. They agree, and then it goes to the president to sign after Congress passes the bill.
This is my issue with.
The executive signs it, and then it becomes law.
The reason why I said it starts in a committee is because it can either start in the House or it can start in the Senate. That video will just show you, oh, it goes from the House and it goes to the Senate. It could start in the Senate or either in the House. That's the reason why it starts with a committee, because it depends on what the bill is about. But you guys are trying to make it like, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a crazy Looney Tune people, because this is what you guys.
I didn't say you were a crazy Looney Tune person.
I didn't either.
You played a third grade video. Come on.
Because you are acting.
Classic. First of all, that's
There
classic.
we go.
True. Well, but
Rest of it.
because here's why I played a third grade video, which I don't even know third graders. Anyway, just saying. But I played it because you are interpreting a court case as if it did something that it did not do.
Correct.
And so I played it to be very clear. And if everybody is okay, I have one more complimentary that will just help solidify it and bring it home. Okay. Let's just do one more all together now. Okay. Because this one's kind of important too. And I feel like there's quite a few Americans that could benefit from that.
Someday, people will say it's a fine one, son. Gonna have a 3-ring circus someday. People will come from miles around. Lions, tigers, acrobats, and jugglers and clowns galore. Tightrope walkers, pony riders, elephants, and so much more. Guess I got the idea right here at school. Felt like a fool when they called my name, talking about the government and how it's arranged, divided in 3 like a circus. Ring 1, executive. 2 is legislative, that's Congress. Ring 3, judiciary. See, it's kinda like my circus. Step right up and visit ring number 1. The show has just begun. Meet the president. I am here to see that the laws get done. The ringmaster of the government.
Never heard this one.
Hurry, hurry, hurry to ring number 2. See what they do in the Congress. Passing laws and juggling bills. Oh, it's quite a thrill in the Congress. Focus your attention on ring number 3. The judiciary's in the spotlight. The courts take the laws and they tame the crimes, balancing the wrongs with your rights. No one part can be more powerful than any other. Each controls the other, you see. And that's what we call checks and balances. Lynn says, well, everybody's act is part of the show, and no one's job is more important. The audience is kind of like the country, you know, keeping an eye on their performance. Ring 1, executive. 2 is legislative, that's Congress. Ring 3, judiciary. See, it's kind of like my circus. My circus. Gonna have a 3-ring circus someday. People will say it's a fine one, son. But until I get it, I'll do my thing. With government, it's got 3 rings.
So hopefully that's helpful. 3 rings, 3 branches of government, none more important than the other, all equally powerful, and it's called checks and balances. Now, when you get a system like the one we have today, where the checks and balances are no longer working the way that they should be, because we have people in different branches of government that have given up the role that they are supposed to play, right? And they are defaulting to one particular branch of government, right? When you do that, you have to go, what is the shortest, most direct route to reestablishing those 3 separate but equal branches of government? You do that through Congress, because that is the one branch that the people have the most control over, the most direct impact over, and you have the ability to do that every single year. in big ways every 2 years. But there are elections every single year. So it's just really important that you all grasp where we are right now. Right now, in 125 days, you have the ability to put progressives in the majority in the House and in the Senate. And then you begin that journey next year to put back, you can use budget reconciliation and put the funding back into SNAP, put the funding back into Medicaid, put together more tax subsidies so that people can afford their premiums. You can take the funding that was given to ICE, right? You can take the funding that was taken from education, put to labor and put back in education. All of that can be done literally in a year's time from now. And you do that by ensuring that there is a progressive majority in the House and in the Senate in 125 days.
100%.
I just find it
because contrary to popular belief, our Constitution was built for times such as these.
Yes.
And the power. That's why I said president's cool, great, love it. They're statesmen. They hold dinners. The power is Congress. Why do you think the conservatives are gerrymandering these districts to make sure that minorities don't have voting power? Why do you think that they are trying to write these maps, especially in the South, to make sure that Democrats and progressives are almost impossible for them to win? Because they know that the power is in Congress.
Yes.
You get progressives because guess what? There's only one party, like them or not. They do things right at times.
They listen.
Enough for me.
They get shit done.
There was only one party that put together a federal ban on gerrymandering.
The Democratic Party.
And every Republican voted against it.
Yep. Sure did. Every single one of them.
Yes. When you look, whenever you hear someone talk about, well, Democrats do it too. First of all, most Democratic states actually have a third party draw their maps. Their legislature does not do it because they want it to be unbiased. With Virginia and California, when they attempted to quote fix their maps like Texas this year, they asked the voters, "Do y'all want us to do this?" And it will only be until the census comes out. Do y'all want us to do this? And the voters
said yes.
Yes, we do.
100%.
That is the difference. That is democracy. Fascism is the legislature doing whatever they wanted at the order of the president.
Correct.
Look at what happened to Hungary. That's what they're trying to do to our democracy.
But let me just show you this. Now look at what happened to Viktor Orban. When 80% of the country turned out to vote, they sent his ass packing. And they sent his ass packing after he changed the Constitution, after they gerrymandered the fuck out of it, after Trump and J.D. Vance worked on his behalf. That is what voter turnout will do, can do. No kidding. And let me ask you, because I know you've been on my panel a couple of times. Have you heard me lay out the next 2.5 years for a project for the people, the project that I put together?
100%. I'm so excited. Like, I'm so freaking excited.
How many of you guys have not heard Project for the People? It's a project that I wrote and that I rolled out in the last 3.5 months. If you haven't, put a 1 in the chat for me. If you have not heard it, please put a 1 in the chat. Look at all these new folk. I love that. Not you rubbing your hands together. I heard you do this. Okay, so really quickly, I'm going to roll you through it, and I want you to stay with me. I want you to give me 5 minutes. And if you are not hopeful, motivated, inspired, interested, whatever, then whatever. I'll just kick rocks and it's cool. But you give me 5 minutes of your time and watch this. Okay, you ready? So how many of you guys in the last 18 months have ever looked around and said, what do we do about this shit that we are in right now? What do we do about it? If you've ever felt that way, throw a 1 in the chat for me. Ever, ever, ever? All right. So I heard that all the time on this app. And I did not see a response, an answer coming from the Democratic Party or from progressives. So I wrote a response. Okay. So the first thing that I did was I took a look at the election data because, as Aaron said, numbers don't lie. People do. Okay. So I looked at election data, and did you know that in 2024 we had 12 states that had margins of 10% or less for the entire state? So what I did was I looked at the election data of those 12 states, and then I looked at the election data of every county in those states. People, this is my Google Drive. And I analyzed the election data over the last 5 years for federal elections of all 12 states. So Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia, New Jersey, Georgia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Minnesota, Arizona, New Hampshire, right? And then I looked at all of the counties in those states, and any county that had margins of 10% or less for the majority of the last 5 years made my list. And then I looked to see what House districts do they have in common, because this is how you build power and you make change quick. I looked at the House districts that they have in common. I looked at how many people voted third party, and I looked at how many registered voters that didn't actually vote. Okay, now watch this. In Michigan, here's what you do with that data. So in the presidential election, Democrats lost Michigan by 80,000 votes. In just these 16 counties that made my list, right, 47,000 people voted third party. That is enough to cut that deficit by 59%. Okay. In those same 16 counties, 1.1 million people didn't even vote in Michigan. So if the Democratic Party wants to actually make a difference in Michigan, you go after these 16 counties. That's your lowest hanging fruit. I'm going to give you an example. House District 1 is geographically the largest district in Michigan. It has 15 entire counties, and then it has parts of about 5 to 6 other counties. Okay. 101,000 vote difference. It's normally a 60-40 district. Wait one moment. It's normally a 60-40 district. Out of these 16 counties, 4 of them are in this House district. Those 4 counties, 53,000 people either voted third party or not at all. That cuts the deficit by 53%. This is how you get directed and intentional about winning elections. But that's only one part of the issue. Girls, I need to finish this presentation real quick. You're going to get along and not touch each other, or you're going to go in timeout and lose phones. Mila, if you hit Bella again, you go in timeout.
I didn't.
You did, and don't do it again. Done. All right, listen, here's the next part, though. Folks, the data doesn't matter if we do not start building community. We have to get connected to each other. And I mean this more than if you don't hear me say shit else, hear me when I say this. We have to start having connections in our communities that build understanding, that create connection. Because if I understand you, even if I don't agree with you, I'm less likely to hurt you, and I'm less likely to vote for people that will hurt you. I don't got to agree, but if I understand, I'm less likely to hurt, right? So what I did was I created a database. And American, we're going to start with your ass. So listen, folks. American, what state and congressional, I know you're in Indiana. What congressional district are you in? American?
I'm going to keep my stuff to myself.
Okay, somebody else in the comments who isn't being ridiculous. Give me a state and a congressional district, please. Any state, any congressional district. Kentucky 2. Colorado 7. Okay, so watch. I'm going to go down here to Kentucky. I'm going to go down to Congressional District 2. I can do English or Spanish, but I'm going to do 2. I'm going to do English. So here's what I can show you in Kentucky. There are 30,000 people that are projected to lose their Kentucky Medicaid health insurance because of the one big beautiful bill that was passed last year. I can also show you that 21,000 people are projected to lose some or all of their SNAP as a result of that one big beautiful bill. I can also show you that because of those premium tax subsidies that expired, an additional 33,000 people are going to become uninsured because they can't afford it. I will also show you that in the state of Kentucky, if I go down here to your statewide graphics, well, in the state of Kentucky, 721,000 people live below the federal poverty level. I can also show you in Kentucky, 68% of the adults that are on Medicaid already work. They don't get Medicaid because they're lazy. They need Medicaid even though they are working. And then I can show you over here, national resources. So over here, I can show you what we ought to be talking about: healthcare, education, housing, economic mobility, common culture war distractions. I ain't talking to you about AB, trans athletes, or immigration unless you want to tell me how those things directly impact your healthcare, education, housing, and economic mobility. If you can't do that, miss me with it. I'm not doing it. I can actually show you, this is us. The people that have joined this project in the last 3.5 months are on this map. I updated it a week ago. We are in 48 states. We are in 497 counties across the country and growing. We're at over 500 now. I haven't updated it in a week. If you look at, this is the entire country, the richest nation in the world. Look at the federal poverty levels, the people that are living below the federal poverty levels. You see that? So what we do in this community is we meet every other Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my Google Meet. I go over graphics. We role play. We have conversations. We talk about strategies. We get out into our communities, and then we get serious about shit. How many of you all would like to see super PAC money out of your elections? How many of you would like to see corporate money out of your elections? Because Hawaii just signed a bill into law that does that exact thing. It relates to the powers of artificial persons, and it caps corporations being able to spend money in Hawaii's elections. So guess what? All you got to do is take this bill that I provided to you, get this little here sample petition, get 100 of your friends and family to sign this damn thing. And then what you do is you go over here and you go, you know, who else is in here with me? Let me go and find who else lives in my state. Well, I'm in Alabama. Let's see, I'm in Jefferson County. These 3 people, we could all get together and do it together. And so now all of a sudden, I've got people in the state of Alabama or North Carolina, for example, where we have people in 35 of North Carolina's 100 counties. And now all of a sudden, you got 3,500 signatures and a bill that's already been done. And you are emailing your corporate, your representatives, and you're saying, we want this passed here. And then you send it to your elected officials, and you send it to your press, right? And this is how you build power, right? This is how you build power and momentum. The other piece of legislation that's in here is this one, New Mexico. It says, even under the color of law, you cannot deploy armed people to voting locations. You want to make sure that ICE doesn't fucking derail our elections? Make your states pass this legislation. Okay? This is what it looks like. My next round of graphics are these. Let me show you. These are data centers by congressional district. I have outlined for you every single state and the congressional districts that have data centers, whether they are operational, whether they are planned, whether they have been, or whether they are under construction. And these will be uploaded by tomorrow's meeting. The next round of graphics after this is for housing and for HUD. So what we do is we focus on getting our communities actively informed, accurately informed, engaged in the voting process based on issues and real information and how it impacts really real people. In your state graphics, your voter registration deadlines are in there for you as well, thanks to Laronica and Cam. This is what it looks like when you don't just get on the internet and bitch and moan, but you say, you know what, we need a plan. And now let me tell you what happens when you do this right. When you do this, okay, when you do this, you take, thank you. When you do this, you win progressives in the House and in the Senate in this election in 2026. And then do you know what happens? Holy shit. You start 2027 and guess what you do? In 2027, you use budget reconciliation because you've got the majority in Congress, and you pass budget reconciliation, and you put funding back into SNAP, back into Medicaid, back into those subsidies so that people can afford their insurance. You do all of that, right? And you continue to find amazing folks to primary progressive candidates because the Democratic Party needs to know we ain't fucking playing. And I told you we coming, right? So you keep your figurative foot on the necks of the Democrats so that they know that we mean business, right? I don't want to hear you. Get out my chat talking about I disagree. Shut up. Ain't nobody talking to you. I didn't ask for your opinion at all. And no, fucking free speech does not exist right now in this moment because I have no time for fuckery. And I think DJ Switchblade is okay, Kim. You might have muted the wrong person. I'm not doing naysayers. You ain't got no damn solutions, but we're going to run your mouth. Shut up. So then here's what happens. After you do budget reconciliation and you get that passed, then you use the second half of 2027 to start holding people accountable. You got it? So the folks, the Todd Blanches, the Emil Bovies, the damn RFK Juniors, the Dr. Oz's, the Linda McMahons, all of those folks, you hold them accountable because you have the evidence. And when Republicans lose the House and the Senate, they will be on board. I know, Rebel. They will be on board with holding people accountable because they know that the presidential election is coming up the year after. Then when you get through 2028, when you get through 2027, you go into 2028 with more amazing progressive challengers for establishment Democrats, right? Come the general election, you do exactly all of that. And then no, it's not down. It's not down. What you need to do is when you go to makingamericatruly.great.com, you have to wait because it will verify that you are a human being. And then you go to a contact form. But listen, here's the part. In 2028, you do what I call, you Mitch McConnell those motherfuckers. Okay, my favorite move ever. That is when, because you have the majority in the House and in the Senate, you expand the court to 13 seats, one for every district. And you do it around the middle of 2028 so that they can't appoint anybody else, and anybody that they do appoint would have to come before the Senate, and you got control of the Senate anyway, so it doesn't matter. So then you leave 2028 with progressives running the House, running the Senate, and the presidents, right? And the presidency. And you go into 2029 with a 13-seat court, right? And then you impeach and remove Alito and Thomas's raggedy ass. And now you got at least 6 seats of that 13-seat court open and available with a progressive president, progressive House, and progressive Senate. That is a 2.5-year plan called Project for the People that tells you how to have conversations in your community that build connection and win a progressive majority that works on behalf of working class people. That's the plan, folks. Courtesy of yours truly. Feel free to ask questions.
Did we pack the court?
Ask a relevant question. The site is making, like ing, makingamericatruly.great.com. When you get there, allow it to do its check because it's going to verify that you're human. Once it does that, put your information in, and then you will get access. You'll get an email from me with the Google Drive. Do not share that Google Drive. Share the link for people to sign up. And the reason why is I need people to sign up so that I can continue to put the stars on the map so that I know how many of us are participating. Y'all, I got folks that are out there. I got an 83-year-old that is crushing it. I got people that are inviting their friends for like brunch and mimosas, talking about this. The graphics, people are downloading them. They're printing them off. They're taking them to public libraries, community forums, farmers markets, flea markets, outside grocery stores. Latinos, you just go to makingamericatruly.great.com. I got folks that are disabled that are sharing it across their social media, that are downloading it for their friends and family that live across the country and sending them and saying, hey, did you know this is happening? Did you know this is happening? I got disabled folks. Yes, there's a video of my presentation in the Google Drive and also on my YouTube. If you go to the YouTube, there's a Project for the People launch webinar that walks you through it as well. And for people who say, well, what if this, what if that's? Number one, don't be talking about shit that we don't know is going to happen. I can promise you, when they sat down to write Project 2025, they didn't sit around and go, oh, well, maybe this isn't going to happen. Or what if this, they didn't do that. They don't ever think about what if shit don't go their way. They are always planning on what they need to do. And then they always have 2 or 3 different backup plans. Everything is fluid. You got to be focused on what we desire to create. They don't sit around worrying about us. Go ahead, Aaron.
Not going to say, oh, hold on. Actually, I got to call you for a second.
Okay, no worries. Yep, they got a plan B and a plan C, everything to listen. In the words of Roger Stone, he said, we plan the work, we work the plan, and everything is fluid in between. Everything is fluid in between. Right now is the time not to be talking about left and right, red and blue. Now is the time to be talking about the impact. You see, he left, right? Maybe he met his quota for the day. I don't know. But this is Project for the People. So if you are interested in getting it together and truly making a difference, and this is the question that you have to ask yourself, is how bad do you want it? That's what it boils down to, y'all. It comes down to how bad do you want it? They wanted it so bad. They got 50 different coalitions together to write a 900-page document. They literally put together an entire program to help train people in their ideology, to put them in positions to do the things they want done.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
But yeah, I love that you said that people aren't worrying about, us. Like, remember, Project 2025 was a 40-year project for them. We have the upper hand because we have so many technologically smart, involved, so many advocates, so many people who are already in the community, so many people that are already like-minded. They just need to be activated.
Y'all might have overwhelmed it. It literally says we're experiencing technical difficulties. I got another one for you. If you go to my link tree, there's the very first link in my link tree is also available. But you can go to, hold on a second. Let me just show y'all. Here's another website for y'all to go to. And I'm going to show you. So here's another one. I have more than one. I have more than one. Here, there, type that in. And for you guys over here on YouTube and stuff, I'm going to, hold on a second. I'm going to put it in the chat for you. But there, type that in and you'll get to it, folks. Yeah, Ramona, he left.
Because he doesn't want to be part of the solution. He just wants to be about me. And we're too community oriented over here.
Yes, 100%. But that's the other site, you guys. This one will work for you. I just went to it. Oh, somebody else just signed up. I'm going to be redoing the numbers tonight for everybody and updating the map again. Data center graphics will be in tomorrow. We meet tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my Google Meet. The link will be in the email that you receive. And like I said, we will role play. We will walk through how to do things. Listen, you know what I told them last time, Aaron? We were talking about like where can we go and like where can we put things up and all of that. I said, y'all better stop pretending like you are Christians on a mission with Manifest Destiny and pretending these things are Bible tracts. Listen, you better fold them up, print them out with like dollar bills on the other side and stick them in between boxes of cereal. You better put it somewhere. The Project for the People, D'Artan, they have dashes in it. I'm going to change it. I don't want them to have dashes in it, but I didn't take them out because I was using the other one. But every single week you'll get an email. But this is the work, folks. Williams, you ain't paying nobody nothing. Hush. Get out of here. I'm paying $1,000 to the first people that say God, whatever. Shut up. You ain't paying nobody nothing.
All right, Elon Musk.
Right. Ain't nobody fooling with you. But guys, and we also have merch. Let me see if I can find, hold on. Do I have my link tree still up? Do I have it up? I did say that, y'all. I did. Girls, are y'all okay? Yes, no, maybe. All right. Okay, so in my link tree, this is my link tree, right? And this is the link for you can join as well. This one is where you can get merch. I don't know if y'all have seen the merch or not, but there's t-shirts and sweatshirts and tote bags and coffee mugs, and there's tank tops, there's cups, there's door knockers, door hangers, so you can go through your neighborhood and just leave them. There's car window stickers. And I only ask for two things, folks. Please, please, please do not share the Google Drive. Share the links for people to join so that I can keep track of how many people are in this, because that is how we show them we mean business, because we have the numbers. That's how we show power. Got it? And then don't remove the watermarks, right? It's taken a lot of effort to put this project together and to create the graphics. You didn't do it, so don't pretend like you did. And on top of all of that, like, karma will come for that ass, and you don't want that. Just saying. Yeah, send all the graphics. Okay. So I hope that was helpful for folks. I know it's been a day, and we've been on here for quite a long time today. You're welcome, proud. Does anybody have any questions about Project for the People specifically that I can help, that I can answer for you right now? If you have questions specifically around Project for the People, please let me know now and I will answer them. Because if not, I'm going to go. I need to feed these kiddos. And to be honest, I need to cook, but I'm not. I'm tired. I've been talking all damn day. Yeah, you just joined. I love that. Thanks, Angie. Good, fish fry. So fish fry, you mentioned my favorite word. My favorite word is hope. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm a bit of so I always relate things to movies and to music a lot. Okay. And my favorite movie to talk about when I relate this to a movie is Hunger Games. Okay. And do you remember it's in there? Rogue Wonder, it's in there. If you look on it is in Spanish, Mr. Mon. It is. If you go into, y'all are just signing up like crazy. I love that. So, if you go in the Google Drive under Project for the People overview and participant info, yes, you can do it on a cell phone, Jody. No, all you got to do is use the other link that I gave you. If you do thisisdani.com/project-for-the-people. I'll take the dashes out, but for right now, you can use it with the dashes. Once you sign up, you get an email with a link to the Google Drive. Appreciate you guys. But listen, if you remember Hunger Games, after they do the evaluations and Katniss gets an 11 out of 12, and President Snow asks the game maker, why'd you give her an 11? And he said she earned it. And he says to the game maker, he says, why do we have a games? Right? Why do we have the games? Yeah, you can put that on the end, or you don't have to, Beach Bum Wannabe. But he says, why do I have the games? If we just wanted to make the districts like obey and listen, why? All you gotta do is search for Dani Feisty and you'll find it. And he said, we could just go. Oh, thanks, Janie. Janie. He says, we could just go to all the districts, grab 2 tributes, and just execute them if that's what we wanted, right? And he said, we have the games to give the districts something to hope for. They get to hope that their tribute wins. And he says, a little hope is good. He says, a lot of hope is dangerous. No worries, Aaron, appreciate you. He says, a lot of hope is dangerous. And what I say all the time is, I want everyone to become dangerously hopeful. Have hope that is so big, it becomes dangerous to the establishment. Hope that is so dangerous. Right? If you go to the link in my link tree, it's also the first link in my link tree to sign up. So 100%. He says a little bit of hope is good. A lot of hope is dangerous. I want you to get dangerously hopeful. Yeah, Erin is a beast. Erin is a beast. And she's greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. 100%. All right, folks. I'm going to go so that I can eat. Well, find something to feed these kiddos. And yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, Aaron's a force to be reckoned with, 100%, and I love it. So yeah, so I'm gonna feed these kiddos. I'm gonna finish data graphics, get everything done, and then I need to download the new contacts and get everything updated. And then I got to check to see what's wrong with that form and why it's down, and then go from there. Okay? Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Listen, I'm telling you, it is hands down a done deal that we're going to win the House. We got to take the Senate. And just by the way, I'm also working on something specific for the Senate that I will be rolling out tomorrow during the meeting. So if you want to know what my idea is around the Senate, then be in the meeting tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you have to miss the meeting, it's okay. I will send out an email with a link for the recording. Okay? You're welcome, Janie. I'm glad you learned a lot today. Love it. Yeah, I see more people are joining. I love that. Okay, I will see you all tomorrow. Love you, mean it. Peace out, guys. All right? Bye. Mila.